Yo, what's good, guys? Hey, let me know if it's delayed, bro. Can y'all, is my live delayed? Let me know, yes or no. Cause if it's delayed, I'm about to do it another way. I'm using the stream key. Let me know now. Let me know. Class, let me know, class. Let me know. I can't tell now. Let me know. It's not delayed? Alright, cool. I like that. Alright, bet. Alright, bet. Okay. I gotta make sure, man. Gotta make sure. Y'all doing good today? Y'all doing good? You got some news? What the news is, gang? Talk to me. What the news is? Please tell me it ain't bad, man. It ain't bad, is it? The news ain't bad. What you mean? It ain't bad, is it? But yeah. Hey, I gotta change the title. Hey, that's an old title. Why y'all ain't say nothing, bro? But why y'all ain't tell me I had the same title, bro? But today is not Sunday. I gotta change my title. Why y'all ain't say nothing? I gotta change that title, bro. I gotta change the title. Chill, y'all. Chill. Let me change the title, bro. My title is bad. Hey, y'all, what day is it? This day what? I don't know. I gotta check my phone. I don't even know what day this is. Cause y'all ain't gonna tell me nothing. Hey, y'all, I'm sorry for being so unprofessional, but chill. Not too much on me, y'all. Not too much on me. Hey, I appreciate y'all for watching my video, man. Oh, the day 4. Alright, bet. I appreciate y'all for watching my video. I appreciate y'all for watching my video, man. I had a girlfriend and she started talking about so let's take a break. We only dated for 3 days. But now she did nothing new. Now she did new, bro. I'm not even mad. I'm just shocked she moved on so fast. Dang, Duolingo? Bro, that ain't cool, bro. You alright? Like, bro, that's not even cool. Are you good? Duolingo, you good, bro? Oh my goodness, bro. I'm so sorry you gotta go through that, bro. Like, that's not even cool, gang. You good, bro? Like, that's not even cool. Yo, oh my goodness, man. They ain't Duolingo, bro. Alright, y'all. You about to get this video started, bro. Y'all already know the vibe, though. Yo, what's good, brother?
This girl Maya for maybe 3 weeks, before I started noticing things that didn't sit right with me. We met through a mutual friend at a cookout and exchanged numbers. Nothing unusual about that. She was funny, easy to talk to, and I figured it was worth seeing where things went. For the first week or 2, everything was pretty normal.
Oh, we watching 3 True Stalker Horror Stories. That's what we watching. Y'all, we been watching horror stories over and over, and we still having so much fun watching these. That's actually insane, bro. But we ain't played no games in a little minute. That's crazy.
Then one afternoon, I mentioned offhand that I was heading to the gym, and about 40 minutes later I got a text saying, "You look tired walking in. Everything okay?" I didn't think much of it at the time. The gym was maybe a 10-minute drive from my apartment. I never told her which one I went to. I chalked it up to coincidence, figured maybe she went to the same place and happened to be there. I didn't bring it up. That was probably my first mistake. Things moved pretty fast after that, which looking back was a pattern I kept missing.
If you have been absent for a week, but I'm gonna let you slide. Don't let it happen again, though.
She'd reference things I'd done or places I'd been without me ever mentioning them. I'd post nothing on social media, tell her nothing, and she'd say something like, "How was that coffee place on Harmon?" Or, "Did the traffic on 5th bother you this morning?" Each time there was a reasonable explanation I could reach for.
That's crazy.
She could have driven past. Someone could have mentioned it. I kept reaching. About a month in, I ended things. It wasn't dramatic. We hadn't even officially called it dating, so there wasn't much to end. I just told her I thought we were better as friends. She took it fine on the surface. Too fine, maybe.
You got family
She just said
issues.
okay,
It's okay,
and that was
bro.
it.
That happened to the best of us, man.
No argument, no follow-up.
Hey, don't let it happen again, though.
I remember thinking it went surprisingly smooth. The text started 3 days later. Not threatening, not unhinged, just steady. 1 in the morning, 1 around noon, 1 before bed. Always something ordinary. Hope your day's going well. Did you eat? Saw something that made me think of you. I responded once or twice out of guilt, which I now know was the wrong move. When I stopped responding entirely, the frequency didn't change. It just continued at the same pace, like a clock ticking in another room.
I don't know what's going on.
That's the part that got to me. There was no escalation, no reaction to my silence. It was like she didn't need a response, like she wasn't waiting for one. About 2 weeks into the silence, I started sleeping with my blinds fully closed.
Yeah.
I couldn't explain it rationally. My apartment was on the 2nd floor and faced a quiet side street. There was no reason to feel watched, but somewhere around 1 in the morning, I'd get this feeling like the air in the room had shifted, and I'd lie there staring at the ceiling until it passed. I told myself it was stress. I was in my last semester. Work was picking up. It made sense to be on edge. Then one night, I woke up about 2 a.m. to a sound I couldn't place at first. It was low, rhythmic, almost like breathing, but not quite. I sat up and just listened. It stopped. I waited a few minutes, didn't hear it again, and went back to sleep. In the morning, I found a small mark on the outside of my window ledge. It looked like something had been resting against it. A hand maybe, or a forearm. The paint was slightly scraped, like whatever it was had been there long enough to leave something behind.
I don't like
I
that.
told myself it could have been anything. The last time I saw her was a Tuesday. I'd gotten home late from a shift, but instead of cutting through the front like I normally would, I came in through the back entrance. There was a construction blocking the usual route, so I looped around and came up the rear stairwell. It was nothing deliberate, just a shortcut that happened to work that night. When I got to my room, I set my bag down, and out of habit, drifted toward the window that faces the front parking lot. There was a car I didn't recognize parked directly across from the building's entrance. Engine off, no lights, just sitting there in a spot that's usually empty because the drain next to it floods when it rains. Nobody parks there. I stood back from the glass so I wouldn't be visible, and just watched. After a few minutes, the driver's door opened. It was Maya. She didn't look up at the building, didn't look around. She walked to the back of her car with this calm, deliberate kind of movement, the way someone moves when they've already made a decision. She opened the trunk, and then just stood there with her back to me.
Hey, boy, you
Not
call
rummaging, not shifting things around,
She about to get you,
just
boy.
standing, still, for what felt like a long time.
Hey, question. Hey, what was y'all do if y'all had a stalker, bro? What was I do if y'all to stalking? What was I do if y'all to stalking? You said shooting? No, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. That ain't cool though, man. Hey, I don't wish it on none of y'all, bro. I really don't.
Then she reached in and lifted something out. It was long, maybe 3.5 feet, wrapped completely in a bag. The kind with a zipper running the full length. She held it with both hands, one near each end, like she was being careful with it. She closed the trunk with her elbow and then sat down on the back of the car, the bag across her lap, and just waited. She was facing the front entrance of my building. I didn't move. I don't think I breathed properly for the next several minutes. I stood back in the dark of my room and watched her sit there, completely still. The bag resting across her legs, eyes on the door I would have walked through if I hadn't come in from the back that night. After maybe 20 minutes, she stood up, put the bag in the trunk, got in the car, and drove away. I've thought about those 20 minutes every day since. I've thought about what was in that bag, the shape of it, the length, the way she handled it with 2 hands and kept it level, the way she sat facing that entrance like she was expecting someone to walk out, like she was timing something. The text stopped the following morning. No final message, no explanation, just gone. And that's the thing I keep coming back to, the part I genuinely cannot square.
Yeah.
She stopped the exact morning after she drove away with whatever was in that bag. Not gradually, not with a final angry message. Just a full stop, like a switch flipping. The only reason I can think of for someone to stop like that, after weeks of clockwork contact, is that something changed. Either what she was planning didn't happen the way she intended, or she realized something that night that made her reconsider. I don't know if that's why I'm still here. I don't know if that's too dramatic a conclusion to draw from a woman sitting on her car with a bag. But I know what I saw, and I know the shape of that bag, and I know she was waiting for someone who she thought hadn't come home yet. I moved out 6 weeks later.
She about to shoot you,
I didn't tell anyone the real reason. I still don't take the front entrance at night. I don't know if that's paranoia or just sense at this point. Probably some of both. I just know I'm glad I took the shortcut.
Yo, what's good, Maya?
How did it get so big?
I don't smoke. Neither does my roommate, Diane.
Yeah.
So when I came home one afternoon and the apartment smelled faintly like cigarettes, I just kind of stood there for a second, sniffing the air. Diane was at work. I'd been out all morning running errands. I figured maybe a neighbor had been smoking in the hallway and somehow it drifted under the door. Our building is old. The ventilation is garbage. I cracked a window and forgot about it. Diane was barely home that month anyway, always at her boyfriend's. She wouldn't have noticed either. That was probably my first mistake. Some context. I had ended a 2-year relationship with a guy named Marcus about a month before this. Nothing explosive, no big blowout. I just realized one day I'd spent most of those 2 years walking on eggshells, and the relief I felt when I pictured my life without him was answer enough. He didn't take it well, but he didn't make a scene either. He just went quiet in this very deliberate way that, in hindsight, I should have paid more attention to. We hadn't had any contact since. I'd kept things clean. No follow-up texts, no checking his social media. I'd moved into a new apartment with Diane 2 weeks after the breakup, so he didn't even have my address. Or so I thought. I must have gotten careless at some point. Maybe he followed me once. Maybe he saw me moving. I'll never know. The first thing was the cigarette smell.
Marcus
smoked. I always hated
Detroit Become Human.
The second thing happened maybe a week later. I got home from work and went to put my keys on the hook by the door, same as always. And I noticed my spare key wasn't there. I keep the spare on the hook just out of habit. It's been there since the day I moved in. I tore through the apartment looking for it.
Oh, you got your
Coat
keys.
pockets, bathroom shelf. The kitchen drawer where I throw everything I don't know what to do with. Nothing. I texted Diane. She said she hadn't touched it. I told myself I must have moved it somewhere and forgotten.
Nah, you ain't moving.
I searched the whole apartment but couldn't find it. Eventually I gave up, ordered a replacement from the hardware store. I didn't think about it again for a while. About 2 weeks later, I started noticing that things in my bedroom were slightly off. Not in a dramatic way. It was more like the feeling you get when you come back from a trip and something in your room looks different, but you can't put your finger on it. The first time I noticed it, the charger on my nightstand was on the wrong side.
Whoa.
I'm left-handed, so I always keep it on the left.
Hey, question, class. Is y'all left-handed or right-handed, bro? Or y'all both like teeth? Now me, I'm both-handed. But let me see what y'all is. Y'all left or right-handed? Let me know. If you left-handed, put left. You right-handed, put right. Right. Left. You wish you would both? Hey, brother, I don't know how I'm both, brother. Yeah, we got the same parents. I don't know how I'm both. Honestly, don't know. Right. Okay, I was just curious.
It was on the right. I moved it back. I assumed I'd done it in the dark while half asleep. The second time, the book on my nightstand was face down while I always leave it face up. Small thing.
Yeah, what's good, cuz?
Dismissible things. But then one evening I opened my closet to grab a jacket, and the clothes were hanging in a different order than I leave them. I keep everything organized. Jackets on the left, then sweaters, then everything else. That evening the jackets were in the middle. I stood in front of that closet for a long time. I didn't say anything to Diane. I didn't want to sound paranoid. The thing that finally made me say something out loud happened on a Thursday night. I was taking a shower and I heard the bathroom door handle move. Not open, just move. The way it does when someone grips it from the outside and then stops. I called out Diane's name. No answer. I turned off the water and stood there in the tub just listening. Nothing. When I got out, I opened the door and the hallway was empty. I checked the apartment. Diane wasn't home.
Whoa.
She texted me earlier that she was staying at her boyfriend's. I was alone. I checked every room, every closet, under the beds. Nothing.
You said probably just the wind?
I deadbolted the front door and sat on the couch with my phone in my hand for about an hour trying to talk myself down. Old building, I told myself. The pipes make sounds. The handles rattle sometimes. The walls are thin and sound carries from the...
Oh, y'all got ass? My bad. I'm gonna pause it. I'm sorry. Y'all should have told me. My bad. I don't know why you two give y'all ass. I got it real low. Y'all shouldn't be getting no ass at all, honestly. Cause y'all know I don't put ass in my videos. You back? Hey, Queen, you back, Queen? You back? You said, hold on. Alright, I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's crazy. I counted right on time.
Neighboring unit. No cameras in the building. No security. Just an open front door that anyone could walk through. I almost believed myself. A few nights later, I woke up at around 3 a.m., probably a bad dream. I lay there in the dark for a minute, and that's when I registered the smell. Faint, but there. Cigarettes. I sat up slowly. My eyes adjusted enough that I could make out the shapes in my room. The dresser, the desk.
Yeah, I got a question, y'all. Would y'all ever date somebody who smoked cigarettes, you know? I just question it. H no, laughing. I shouldn't even ask that. I should have known what the answer was. I don't even know why I even asked all that. No. Okay, I'm just curious.
The chair in the corner. I stared at the chair because something about it looked different. It took me a few seconds to understand why. There were clothes draped over the back of it. A shirt.
Maybe.
Something dark bunched on top.
You said maybe, brother? But you tripping, bro.
The kind of pile that in the dark at 3 a.m. with your heart already hammering looks exactly like a person sitting very still. I don't remember leaving clothes in that chair. I never leave clothes in that chair. My brain assembled the shape before I could stop it. Shoulders, a torso, the suggestion of a head. I sat frozen, staring at it, telling myself it was nothing. Just fabric, just shadows filling in the gaps.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'd rather not smoke than drink.
Turn on the
you
light.
right.
Marcus was sitting in the chair. He didn't move. He just looked at me, his hands resting on his knees, his expression almost calm. The way he used to look when he was waiting for me to stop talking so he could say what he'd already decided to say. The jacket was his, the dark boxy one he'd had for years. He was wearing it. What are you doing here? My voice came out smaller than I wanted it to. He tilted his head slightly. You stopped answering my calls, he said. Like that was a complete explanation. Like that made any of this reasonable. I just wanted to make sure you were okay, that you were safe. I couldn't speak for a moment.
Look like Chipper is crazy.
Safe. The word landed somewhere wrong. How did you get in? I asked. He shrugged like it was nothing. The main door to the building was open. It's always open. I just walked in. He paused. And your spare key was right there on...
Yeah, I see that, Fries. Yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't want to date anybody who smokes so much, so it get all in everything. Yeah, I agree with you.
A hook. So I borrowed it. I was always going to tell you. Borrowed. Like it was the most normal thing in the world. Like none of this was what it was. That first afternoon, the cigarette smell, Diane at work, me out all morning. He must have walked into the building through an unsecured front door and let himself into my apartment. The spare key had been sitting right there on the hook. He'd taken it, had a duplicate cut, and came back to return the original. The extra key on the hook that final morning. I don't know how many times he had let himself in before that night. I don't know how long he had been sitting in that chair in the dark watching me sleep. I reported him the next morning, filed everything, the key, the entries, the night I found him sitting in my room. They went to Marcus's apartment 2 days later. He was gone. His landlord said he'd cleared out fast, left furniture behind, no forwarding address. They told me there was a warning, that I should contact them if I heard from him. I changed the locks that same day. I told Diane everything. I started sleeping with the light on. Somewhere out there, Marcus is running from the consequence. From the version of himself he became when I stopped letting him control the story. I don't know which thought keeps me up more at night. That he's out there somewhere else. Or that some part of him still believes he did nothing wrong. I met Daniel at a ceramics class I only signed up for because my therapist said I needed a hobby. Yeah. He was the kind of person who made everyone in the room feel like they were the only one in it. We dated for about 2 years. The first year was genuinely one of the best of my life. Ugly? I don't talk about the second year much. After we ended things, I moved to a different city for work. Fresh start, new apartment, all that. The first few weeks were quiet in a good way. I was sleeping through the night, eating actual meals, calling my mom back. I felt like myself again for the first time in a long time.
Hey, question. Hey, do y'all talk to y'all parents every day? Yes or no? I talk to my parents every day. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Yeah, I'll talk to my parents over there. He said, "Why she look like an anime girl?" I don't know. I think the way he drew her. Yes, nah. Just my mom talk to my dad almost every day. That's how it is, brother. I feel you on that. But it's crazy. We really got the same. We got the same parent. That's what's hilarious. I was just curious, but I don't know why she like an anime girl.
Then I noticed the mug. It was sitting on my kitchen counter, maybe 3 weeks after I moved in. Just a plain white mug with a small chip on the handle. I didn't own it, or at least I didn't think I did. I figured it must have gotten mixed into my boxes somehow, maybe grabbed by accident from Daniel's place, and I just hadn't noticed it until now. I put it in the cabinet and didn't think about it again. That was the first thing. About 6 weeks in, I ran into my downstairs neighbor in the hallway. Older woman, friendly enough. She'd mentioned she'd seen my boyfriend the other week, said he seemed nice. I told her I didn't have a boyfriend. I moved here alone. She looked a little embarrassed and said she must have mixed me up with someone else. I believed her. Buildings have a lot of tenants. People get confused. I didn't think about it again until I was lying in bed that night. And then I thought about it for about 3 more hours before I finally fell asleep.
Quick question. How?
Hey, that's. Hey, I hope she good, man. I don't know.
I got a job in the city through a recruiter I'd found online. I had never mentioned it to Daniel. He didn't know my new address, my new number, or where I was working.
Yeah.
I was careful about it. Not paranoid, just careful. There's a difference. 3 months in, I got a card in my mailbox. No envelope, just a card, folded once, with my name written on the front in handwriting I recognized immediately. Inside it said, "Congratulations on the new job. You always work too hard for too little."
Oh, nah.
That was it.
Nope.
Nothing else. No name, no return address. I stood there in the lobby for probably 5 minutes just staring at it. My first thought was that he must have talked to someone we knew in
You said that hack on your Roblox server. How'd that happen? But yo, y'all serious, bro? I'm trying to figure out how he found out she got a job.
common. My second thought was that I hadn't told anyone in common where I worked. My third thought was that I needed to sit down. I called my sister that night. She swore she hadn't told him anything. I believed her. I still do, which is the part that bothers me. I started being more deliberate. I closed all my blinds at night. I got a different mail slot, one inside the building manager's office that required a key. I told myself I was being proactive, not reactive.
I like
For
that.
about 2 months, nothing happened. I started to relax. Then I came home from the grocery store on a Tuesday evening
her
and
guard
found my
up.
welcome mat moved.
She
I
let
know
her-
how that sounds.
she let
It's a
her guard
welcome
up.
mat. It's not a big deal. Except for the fact I'm someone who straightens picture frames that are off by a millimeter. I knew exactly where that mat sat at. It had been rotated slightly, maybe 15 degrees, and pushed about 4 inches closer to the door. I went inside and checked every room. Nothing was missing. Nothing was out of place. The windows and locks were all fine. I called the building manager and asked if anyone had been on our floor. He checked the entry log and said no guests had buzzed in that day. I didn't sleep much that night. The mat thing could have been the cleaning crew. It could have been a neighbor bumping it by accident. I told myself both of those things and almost convinced myself. Almost. The last thing happened on a Sunday morning. I was going through some boxes I still hadn't unpacked. One of them was from my old apartment, stuff I'd thrown in at the last minute.
Yeah.
Books, a few picture frames, some random kitchen things, and at the bottom, wrapped in a dish towel, was a small ceramic bowl, lopsided, uneven glaze, clearly handmade. I made it in that ceramics class. I left it at Daniel's place intentionally, because I didn't want to take anything that would remind me of him. I sat on the floor with it for a long time. I know what you're thinking, and I thought it too. I must have packed it without realizing. I must have grabbed it by accident on one of my last trips out. It was possible. People do that. Breakups are chaotic and exhausting and you're not thinking clearly. But then I noticed the note inside it. Just a small strip of paper. The kind you tear from the bottom of a notepad. And on it, in his handwriting, were 7 words.
My bad. I got you. Let me know when you back. Alright, let me know y'all good now. You got 3 ass Eve? Oh my goodness. Let me know when you good. Okay.
I just wanted you to have it. I've gone over it 100 times. There's an explanation where none of this is what it looks like. The card could have been forwarded by someone who meant well. The mat could have been nothing. The bowl I could have packed myself without remembering. The note could have been something you put there a long time ago, back when we were still together. And I only found it now. There's an explanation where I'm just someone who never fully unpacked, in more ways than one. I'm still not sure which version I believe.
Y'all, we got three chilling Home Alone stories. Hey, before we get in this one, y'all like that video? How y'all feel about that one? Oh, you long ass, huh? But yeah, how y'all feel about that one though? Let me know. It was cool. No.
My neighborhood.
Nothing crazy. Lame. Boy, y'all hilarious, bro. Oh my goodness, y'all hilarious. Alright, we about to start this one, bro.
Live for Halloween. The decorations, the parties, the thrill of being scared. But last October changed all of that for me. Now when the leaves start to fall and the evenings grow colder, I can't help but remember the night I stopped feeling safe in my own home. It was a Friday night. My husband Derek was out of town for a work conference in Seattle. I was alone in our house while a huge storm rolled through the neighborhood. I was curled up on the couch in sweatpants with a bowl of popcorn, halfway through a horror movie marathon, when the landline rang around 11:30. Nobody ever used the landline. At first, I almost ignored it, but Derek sometimes called from hotel phones when his battery died, so I grabbed the receiver and said hello. There was static for a second. Then a man's voice asked me in a creepy voice, "What's your favorite scary movie?" I actually laughed a little because it sounded so ridiculous. I told him to bore someone else before Halloween. He laughed in a weirdly calm yet playful voice like he was enjoying a private joke. I told him it's a wrong number, but he called me by name. That's when I jumped on the couch. I yelled, "Who is this?" Instead of answering, he said I looked comfortable tonight. My stomach dropped. I looked down at myself automatically. I'm indeed in my sleeping clothes. But how did he know that? Then he said something that hit me like a brick to the face. He said he liked my ponytail. The only way he could have known that was if he could see me. I rushed to the front window and pulled the curtain aside. Across the street, standing directly underneath the flickering streetlight, was a tall figure wearing the black robe and a white ghost face mask from Scream. He was completely still, just staring at my house, at me. Then he slowly lifted one hand and waved. I stumbled backwards so fast I almost tripped over the coffee table. "What the hell do you want?" I shouted into the phone. The voice chuckled softly. "To see what your insides look like." Then the line went dead. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped the phone onto the couch. I immediately locked the front door, even though it was already locked. Then I checked every window and every other door in the house. I called Derek while peeking through the blinds every few seconds, but his call went straight to voicemail. So I decided to call the cops. But before I could dial 911, a loud bang exploded from the kitchen. I screamed. Another bang hit the door hard enough to shake the walls. I ran into the kitchen and saw Ghostface slamming his shoulder into the back door while rain poured on his robe. I backed away crying while he rammed the door again and again. "Leave me alone." "But we're having so much fun."
Bro.
The banging suddenly stopped. For a second, there was nothing except the storm outside. Then I heard a slow, scraping noise against the kitchen window. I looked over and saw the tip of a hunting knife dragging across the glass. The sound made my skin crawl. Suddenly the power went out. Everything went black. I screamed again and nearly dropped my phone. The house became dead silent, except for the rain and my own breathing.
I don't know,
Even the
y'all.
refrigerator shut off.
She could be
The darkness
hallucinating.
felt heavy and wrong.
Y'all, she would watching horror movies, y'all. She could be asleep. I wouldn't be surprised if she sleep and she, you know what I'm saying, she hears something in her mind. I
The
don't know.
lightning flashed outside. For one split second, I saw Ghostface standing directly outside the living room window. Another flash. He was gone. Glass exploded behind me. I turned just in time to see him climbing through the shattered living room window. I ran. I heard his boots slam onto the hardwood floor as he entered the house. At first he didn't even chase me. He just walked slowly through the dark house, laughing in that same creepy, taunting way from the movies. I sprinted down the hallway toward the stairs, but suddenly he charged after me.
Well, she called
The
911.
sound of his boots pounding across the floor got closer fast. I glanced back once I saw the knife raised in his hand. The mask looked terrifying up close. He swung at me as I turned the corner. The blade missed my throat but sliced through the side of my ear instead. Pain exploded through my head. I collapsed screaming onto the floor while blood poured down my neck. I actually saw the tip of my ear lying on the hardwood floor beside me. Ghostface tilted his head while staring down at me. I kicked him hard in the knee and scrambled away before he could stab me again. He grabbed at my hoodie, but I slipped free and ran into the living room. He chased me around the couch while swinging wildly at me. Every time the knife hit the furniture, sparks flew from the blade. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a heavy ceramic lamp from the side table. When he lunged at me again, I smashed it directly into his face. The lamp shattered. Ghostface screamed and stumbled backwards. Clutching his head, blood poured from beneath the mask. That was the first moment he seemed human, not some movie monster. Just a man who could bleed. I took off upstairs while he cursed and crashed into furniture behind me. I could hear him recovering fast. I locked myself into the bathroom and shoved my body against the door while dialing 911 with shaking hands. Then the pounding started. The entire door shook with every hit. I was sobbing so hard I could barely talk to the dispatcher. Blood kept dripping down my neck and onto the bathroom floor while Ghostface slammed into the door over and over again. At one point he stopped. Complete silence. Then I heard his voice again. Calmer this time. "You know the cops won't get here in time." I genuinely thought I was going to die in that bathroom. Then, outside, I finally heard sirens. The pounding stopped immediately. A minute later, police officers were yelling through the house. When they broke open the bathroom door, I came out shaking so badly I could barely stand. The entire downstairs looked destroyed. Furniture was overturned. Glass covered the floor. Blood was smeared across the hallway walls, but the killer was gone. One of the officers found the back door slightly open. There was blood leading outside into the rain. Not mine. His. The cops investigated the entire property and assured me he's gone. They said he was probably some psycho going nuts before Halloween, and usually there's lesser chance for him to be back. Usually? Yes. I slept that night with the lights on, and my husband's handgun under my pillow. They never found him, but I'm sure he keeps an eye on me, sometimes in a crowd, I could feel being watched.
This experience.
Alright, so how y'all feel about that one?
I was
How y'all feel about that one before we go to the next one? The fate? Fate? Or y'all think that one was fate? It could be. I don't know. Could have been better.
27 when the court decided I wasn't fit to be a mother. They didn't say it outright, just dressed up in words like history, instability, and risk. But I understood what it meant. My past addiction, something I'd fought hard to overcome, was enough to take my daughter away. 3 years clean, regular rehab meetings, a steady job. None of it mattered. I still lost her. I remember standing there, shaking, as strangers reduced my life to a list of mistakes. A week later, with nothing tying me down, I packed my car and drove to my childhood home in rural Nebraska. The house had been abandoned for years, its peeling paint and sagging porch reflecting exactly how I felt inside. It seemed fitting. Broken things belonged together. Being home alone 24/7 became my thing. All night I would stay awake on the old couch, replaying the courtroom over and over, eventually passing out, crying. Sometime during the night, I woke to the sound of a car pulling up outside. Through the window I saw him. Gary. He had lived next door when I was a teenager. Back then he used to watch me constantly, lingering near his mailbox every morning. Always present, always unsettling. My parents had brushed it off as harmless, but I knew better. He had stalked me. Old fear rushed back instantly. I locked the doors and stayed on edge. But the next morning, when I saw him again, something felt different. He looked older, thinner, almost withdrawn. When our eyes met, he simply nodded and walked away. No staring, no tension. Over the next few days, he kept his distance. I began to question myself.
What's good, TX?
Maybe he had changed. Maybe I was the only one stuck in the past. One night, overwhelmed and drunk, I ran outside to vomit due to the house's bad plumbing. As I collapsed onto the porch, sobbing uncontrollably, everything I had been holding in finally broke loose. My sobbing turned to whimpers, and whimpers turned to loud cries. I was drowning in sorrow when someone called out my name. I turned to the voice, and it was Gary. Only this time, and probably the first time, I saw sadness in his eyes. He hesitated for a second and murmured, I thought, are you alright? Creepy Gary or not, it was the first voice that asked how I was doing. I wiped my eyes and told him the truth, that I'm not. He didn't approach or intervene. He just said he wouldn't mind helping if I ever asked for it. I smiled a little, thinking how wrong I was to judge him so quickly. Maybe he was an oddball. I guess Mom was right. I told him all that night. We sat on the porch for hours, and I kept on talking and crying. He listened to me, like really listened to me. After I was done venting, he consoled me, saying I'm a strong woman. Hence I shouldn't give up so easily. Honestly, it felt good to hear from someone. In my moment of despair, Gary's heartwarming words felt like cooling gel on a third-degree burn. Seeing him in a different light changed my perception about the guy. Feeling obliged and thankful, I asked him if he would like to go in with me and have a drink. I was also tired of drinking alone. I poured him some bourbon Dad had left in the cellar and opened my 6th beer for the night. I asked him how his life is going. He said his mom died, and now he lives alone. I felt bad for him. Our conversation was going smoothly enough. I would ask him some questions, and so would he. But soon enough, his questions started to make me feel uncomfortable. He asked me if I missed my husband, and I replied, I don't know, maybe. Suddenly the expression on his face changed. He frowned and stared at me for a minute. The same old creepy stare. Then smirked and said he thinks I don't miss my husband. I miss the intimacy. My heart skipped a beat, and not with a good feeling. I cleared my throat, and I told him it's quite late, and we should call it a night. But then he leaned closer to me. He locked his eyes on mine,
Ew.
and he put his sweaty, warm hands on my cheek like he was caressing me. You know, Ginny, it doesn't have to be this way. You're not alone. We could start over. Together. You could have another chance at being a mom. I could help you with that. Chills ran down my spine. So people don't change? Moms can be wrong too? My God, I have just let them in. I knew if I panicked, things could get worse. So I got up, flashing a fake smile, and said, I need to use the washroom. But before I could even walk past him, he grabbed the knife from the table and pointed it at me. His eyes were now burning with evil desires. He was drooling and mumbling, I want you. I want you. I waited so long. I could see my dooming fate in those eyes. Is he gonna kill me? Or is he gonna do worse? I slowly backed away a few inches from him. I tried telling him that all I need right now is his friendship, and maybe we can think about dating later on. Gary laughed, saying he knows very well that a girl like me will never date a guy like him. Not with a gun at their head. I screamed, saying he's just being paranoid. I do like him, but he wasn't someone easy to be fooled. He slashed the knife, aiming at my head. In such precision, the blade touched my skin, but my shirt ripped off from my shoulder. Before I could run, he jumped on me, and when we landed on the wooden floor, he was pinning my right hand on the floor and trying to kiss me. I was pushing his face away with my left, and we struggled like that for a bit. Suddenly he picked up the knife and tried to stab me. I blocked him with my left hand and saw my pinky finger flying off of it. The knife had slashed me with my left hand. Suddenly he picked up the knife and tried to stab me. I blocked him with my left hand and saw my pinky finger flying off of it. The knife had slashed it clean. I was writhing on the floor, clutching my bleeding hand. Gary stood up confused and terrified and kept apologizing. He said he only wanted to fuel me and thought I liked him. At that moment, I understood the guy was out of his mind. He's completely delusional, and I should have gotten a restraining order against him years back. But one thing he was right about is that I am a strong woman. I somehow picked myself up off the floor and ran upstairs. I locked the door and called the cops. When they arrived, Gary was sitting on the floor near the pool of my blood, staring at it with a smile and mumbling, Ginny's mine. She's mine. She'll know. They took him away in handcuffs, and I was rushed to the ER by the paramedics. I have filed for a restraining order and am still living in my childhood home because that's all I have left to call mine. I don't date. I usually work from home and only go out for groceries. I don't know how long I can be like this, but for some time I really, really want to be alone. Completely alone, because that's even safer than being around people like Gary.
I built my back.
My name is Jacob, and I was 13 the first time my parents trusted me to stay somewhere overnight without them. It was my grandpa's house. We had just gotten there that afternoon. The place felt older than anything I'd ever seen. The walls had this faded yellow tint, and everything smelled faintly like dust and something stale. Grandpa seemed normal though, quiet like always. He hugged me when we arrived, patted my back, and asked me how school was. His voice was a little slower than I remembered, but nothing felt off. The only thing my mom said was if Grandpa started sleepwalking, don't panic. Just guide him back to bed. She said it like it was no big deal. At the time, I believed her. It was around midnight when I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. My room was completely dark except for a thin line of light under the door. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out what pulled me out of sleep. Then I heard it. A dragging sound. Slow, heavy. Like someone's feet weren't lifting properly off the floor. Scrape, step, scrape. It was coming from the hallway. I held my breath. Grandpa, I called out quietly. No response. The sound kept going. Scrape, step, scrape. I sat up in bed, my heart starting to pound. I told myself it was just him, sleepwalking. That's what Mom said. Still, something about it felt wrong. The way the steps dragged. The way they didn't stop. Then my bedroom door creaked. I swear I hadn't locked it. It slowly pushed open on its own. Just a few inches at first. Then more. The hallway light spilled into my room, cutting across the floor, and that's when I saw him. Grandpa, standing there. He wasn't looking at me. His eyes were half open, unfocused, like he was staring through me instead of at me. His mouth hung slightly open, his face completely blank. Grandpa? He didn't answer. He just stood there, completely still. For a second I thought maybe he'd walk away, but then his lips started moving. At first I couldn't understand what he was saying. It sounded like a whisper, but not normal words, just broken sounds, like he was talking in his sleep. I slowly got out of bed. I stepped closer so I could escort him back to bed. I was right behind him when he suddenly grabbed my wrist.
Oh!
I gasped. His grip was way too strong. It didn't feel like an old man's hand. His head tilted slightly toward me, and for the first time, his eyes focused, right on mine. And in a low, cracked voice, he whispered, "Don't let them in." A chill ran straight through me.
Oh,
"What?"
God.
I said. But he didn't repeat it. His grip loosened, and just like that, his face went blank again.
Don't let them
He turned
in.
and started walking down the hallway. His words echoed in my head. Who was he talking about? People say weird things when they sleepwalk. Maybe that's all it was. But within 10 seconds, someone started knocking violently at our front door. It was so loud, I jumped. My chest tightened. My parents weren't supposed to be back yet. Hello? I called out in a shaking voice.
Why would you?
But instead of answers, I could only hear the knocks. I slowly walked toward the living room, my legs feeling weak. The house felt different now. The air had dropped 10 degrees. Grandpa was still moving down the hallway ahead of me, heading toward the front door. "Grandpa, wait," I said. He didn't stop. "Don't let them in," he mumbled again, over and over, like he was stuck on it. The knockings got worse, faster, more aggressive. The door rattled with each hit. I reached the living room window and hesitated. I don't know why I looked. I wish I hadn't. There was someone standing outside, right in front of the door, but something about them was wrong. Even in the dark, I could see their posture, back hunched, head tilted, arms hanging loosely at their sides. Exactly like Grandpa, only it wasn't him because my grandpa's eyes glow in the dark, like hyenas. I felt I got stuck inside my nightmare. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there. Then, slowly, it lifted its hand. It knocked again. 3 slow but firm knocks. I noticed Grandpa, who was already holding the doorknob while rocking back and forth like he was possessed. I yelled, panic rising in my chest. I rushed forward and grabbed him, pulling him back. Just when I thought he would end up opening the door, his hands came off the doorknob. He turned his head so roughly in my direction that I could hear a crunch of his bones. His eyes rolled up in his head, revealing the white eyeballs. Never in my life had I sensed danger like that before. For a second, I was blank. I wasn't sure whether I could be safe inside or outside. I gulped in horror. Grandpa was standing right next to a tabletop. My mom has bought fresh flowers and caringly put them on the metal vase seated on top of the table. Grandpa's body jerked violently all of a sudden while foam of spit drooled out the corner of his mouth. I couldn't even scream anymore. It was all happening right in front of my eyes. And before I could even do anything, he picked up the vase, threw the flowers on the floor, and started hitting himself on the head.
What the?
The first blow made his forehead red. The second made it bleed. And by the third, Grandpa was trembling on the floor due to blood loss from a severely cracked skull. Yes, I watched it all, standing like a statue. Just when I thought it was time to call my parents, or cops, or someone. Anyone living in this block right now would be the ideal thing to do. Grandpa sat up on the floor. He wiped his own blood from his forehead with his palm, then licked it while laughing in a demonic voice. That was my last straw. I ran straight to the kitchen, out the back door, stopping at the neighboring house whom I didn't even know. They called the cops, and the cops called my parents as well as the paramedics. Grandpa died 2 days later in the hospital. The cause of his death was heart failure. He never spoke a single word until his last breath. My parents say Grandpa was struggling mentally and physically since Grandma died, so it was inevitable. But I still feel something. That night, a dark presence entered Grandpa and tried to hurt me, but he took it upon himself to save my life. What do you think?
I agree, man. He definitely was trying to protect you, bro. He definitely was trying to protect you. He definitely trying to protect you, bro.
I used to occasionally deliver for DoorDash on the weekends. This happened about a year ago, and at the time DoorDash was new to my area. Not many people used it, but if you worked at the right times, you could still make well above minimum wage. It was a Friday night, and I got a request in the app to deliver to a house around 8 miles away.
Oh yeah, this say 8 food delivery app horror stories. I just want to tell you what it's called, that's all.
The house was on a deeply wooded back road, with absolutely no streetlights. Like, literally, if you turned your headlights off at this time of the night, you were completely blind. I delivered to a house in this area once before, but that was when it was light out, which, trust me, is a way different scene. I didn't have much for phone service, so it was difficult to find exactly where I needed to be. But after a while, I finally found the place. The house seemed pretty similar to a lot of the other houses in the area, secluded looking, and right on the edge of being able to comfortably call it abandoned. I pulled up to the house, and because of the limited visibility, I decided to keep my car's headlights on while I dropped off the food at the door. But to do this, I had to keep the keys in the ignition, and so I did.
Should never do that.
I figured it wouldn't be the end of the world if I left my car running for an extra 30 seconds. I took the bag of food to the front door. I knocked a few times, and waited about 20 seconds, when my phone went off.
Hey, question, was y'all ever on DoorDash class? Would y'all ever DoorDash? Do any type of delivery, anything? Would y'all do it? You wouldn't mind? No. Me personally, I don't think I'll deliver. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't think I'll do it.
I was getting a call from a
Not
blocked
safe for a
caller
girl.
ID. I decided to answer it in case it had anything to do with the food I was delivering. It was some man who sounded completely normal. He explained how he was the one who placed the DoorDash order, and he then asked me if I could just bring it to him around back. I was already sketched out as is, and so I told the guy no way. If he wanted his food, he needed to come to me up front. But to that, the line just went dead. I told myself I'd wait at the front door for 1 more minute, and if this guy didn't show up, I was just gonna leave. Maybe 30 seconds passed, and the guy did show up. The front door opened, and I looked at the dude. He was wearing a black ski mask, and was just standing there looking at me. I held out the food, but he made no reaction. That's when the guy yelled out, "Alright, now!" Right as he said this, 3 men, also wearing ski masks, came sprinting out from around the back of the house towards me. My flight reaction kicked in immediately, and I ran straight to my car. I opened the door, put it in drive, and had the pedal to the floor in no less than 2 seconds. The men were able to hit my car a good amount of times before I was able to drive off. With what, I don't know, but something strong enough to break my back passenger side window and make a few other dents. Not even a minute into driving off, and I got 2 back-to-back calls from a blocked caller ID that I can only assume were both from the same guy. I let both calls ring until they stopped. I was shaking uncontrollably and still struggling to regain my composure. But after a few minutes, I calmed down enough to call the police and report the incident. And that was that. I don't know what ended up happening, and I genuinely don't want to know. I've tried to distance myself from the whole situation as much as possible. It's beyond terrifying for me to imagine what those guys had planned for me that night. A part of me thinks it was just to rob me, but another part of me thinks they wanted to kidnap me, or worse. This happened back in 2019, on a Friday night in January. I had just gotten back from work, and was honestly way too tired to make my own food. I always heard good things about food delivery apps, and so I figured that night was the perfect night to finally download one and try it out. I just downloaded the first one that showed up. I then made an account, placed an order at a semi-nearby restaurant, and turned on Netflix to watch while I waited for it to arrive. Now, it's worth mentioning that on this night in particular, there was a lot of snow on the ground.
Yeah.
The app said the delivery would take around 20 minutes, but I figured that didn't account for the terrible driving conditions. I honestly assumed it would probably take double that. I can't remember exactly how much time had passed, but it finally got to a point where I figured I'd just forget it and cancel the order. But right before I did, I got a message from the driver. Word for word, the message read, "Can't find your house. What's your personal phone number?" Now, you gotta remember, I had just downloaded the app that night, so I didn't know if it was common or not for drivers to ask for their customers' personal phone numbers. But I ended up giving it to him anyway. Around 10 minutes later, he would contact me, but not over.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on, give me a minute. Oh, jump. Give me a minute, y'all. Damn. Oh! Ain't no way it fell all the way on the other side of the bed. Man! Ain't no way. Hey, hold on, y'all. I'm coming. Dang, it fell, and I need it. No! Dang. Yeah, I'm good. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Man, ain't no way, man. Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no way. Ain't no way it fell. Damn. I gotta get something out of the room. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming. I gotta leave. Give me a minute, y'all. Hey. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. way it fell all the way down there, man. And I got to do all this to get it. It's a dancing machine. Alright, I got it. I got it, y'all. I'm about to start. I might get that going in a minute. Alright, I'm good now. I'm coming. Let me drink my little drinky drink. Drink my little drinky drink. Alright, my apologies, y'all.
A phone call like I expected. The guy texted me, saying he'd be at my place with the food in 10 minutes. This unsettled me a bit. I was under the impression he needed my phone number so he could call me and get better directions. But I just tried to brush it off. Around 10 minutes later, I would get another text saying he left the food on my doorstep. I went outside to get it and sent a text back thanking him. I figured that was that. But around midnight, I would get another text. It was the delivery driver. The text simply read, "I really liked your sweatshirt." This was now getting extremely weird, as the text suggested that the guy had stayed to watch me grab the food from my doorstep. I tried to play it cool, and responded with something like, "Haha, yeah, thanks. It's pretty nice." I can't remember everything that was said next, but it was some string of multiple texts that were something along the lines of, "So how's your night going? What are you up to?" and various other seemingly harmless messages. To these, I didn't respond. At the end of the day, I told myself I didn't know this guy, and I had no obligation to keep a conversation going. So, I just went to bed. But come morning, I would wake up to 20-something texts, and multiple missed calls all from the same number. It was again that same delivery driver.
Probably just like you, bro.
The last text was sent at 3 a.m., and as I scrolled through the texts, two in particular caught my eye. One of them read, "I'm outside your house," and the other said, "I can't see anything through your window. It's too dark." But that wasn't even the worst of it. I would later go outside to find footprints in the snow that I knew for a fact were not there the other day. Meaning, this guy wasn't joking. He had actually showed up to my house, and by the looks of the footprints had walked around it multiple times. I've since moved, and haven't received another text from the number. That was the first and only time I will ever use a food delivery app.
I don't blame you, bro. That'll quick me out too.
I'm 27 and currently out of work. I recently got laid off at my job, as the company I worked for was starting to go under. So, in an effort to keep up with the bills, I started delivering for Uber Eats part-time.
Yeah.
A couple of my friends suggested it, and so I figured I'd give it a try until I found another job. To my surprise, it was actually good money. The only thing I didn't like was some of the places the app had me delivered to. I live in a city with a lot of sketchy areas. I try to stay away from those areas while delivering, but there's only so much you can do. This night, a Saturday, I got a McDonald's order. I usually don't accept those ones, but this night was strangely dead. Which was weird, Saturday nights are usually the busiest for Uber Eats. Anyway, I pick up the order and start heading towards the address I'm given. Instantly, I realized it was not in the best area. but by this point, I decided to just suck it up. I pulled up to the house, and right away the vibe was off. It was completely dark with not a single light on in the house. Usually there's at least a light on upstairs, or something that would signal someone being awake and waiting for their order. But the house seemed dead. Nevertheless, I put the car in park, turned off the engine, grabbed the order, and started walking towards the door. I walked onto the porch, and as I reached for the front door, I saw it. The door was slightly cracked open. I knocked, and as I did, the door opened slightly more. I yelled out that I had an Uber Eats order, and right away some man walked to the front door,
Ew, what the
like as if he had just been waiting right there. As he got closer, I got a good look at him. Now, I'm not one to judge a person by their physical appearance, but this guy was practically covered head to toe in tattoos. The guy looked extremely intimidating, definitely not someone you'd want to mess with. He had this look of frustration, or almost anger on his face. He was staring at me dead in the eyes. I lifted up the bag of food, and he grabbed it. The guy then started reaching in his pocket. I figured he was going to give me a tip. But no, before I knew it, the guy was holding a hunting knife and pointing it in my direction. My stomach dropped, realizing the situation I was now in. I was either going to get robbed for everything I had, or worst case scenario, killed. My mind was now racing. Thinking as fast as I could, I turned around towards my car, screamed at Derek to grab the gun, and put my hand in my pocket to start my car's engine from a button on the key. But there was no Derek, and I was in no way armed. But I figured if I could somehow convince this guy I gave myself a chance to get out of this. All I could do was pray that the threat along with the vehicle starting would be enough to convince this guy I didn't come here alone. And luckily it was. The guy shoved me back and slammed the front door. I ran back to my car and practically tore the door off trying to get in. I got out of there as fast as I could. I would of course end up calling the police, but I never heard anything back about whatever ended up happening. I assumed they didn't find anything, and that the guy was long gone by the time they arrived on scene. But I can't confirm this.
That's crazy.
If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's how fortunate I am to own a car with a remote proximity key, as I don't think the guy would have bought the whole act if I didn't start the engine. I still drive for Uber Eats every once in a while, but I've since started carrying a knife on me at all times.
I don't blame you, bro.
The pandemic has been pretty hard on all of us, and we've all felt its effects in a variety of ways, but musicians have felt it more than most. I don't mean to throw myself a pity party or anything. I know there are older folks who are actually fearing for their lives, so I've counted my blessings plenty of times. But for most of my friends, the pandemic just meant working from home or taking a long paid vacation. For me, it meant work dried up entirely. As a professional musician, I've been playing music both solo and with bands for most of my adult life now. It's fun, but it can be really tough on occasion, and this pandemic has been the toughest time I'd ever experienced. I had to do something, anything to pay the bills, so when the drummer in my band said that he was making some pretty decent money for working for Postmates, it immediately sparked my interest.
Postmates, what is that?
I think the real selling point was how it had benefited his health. Us musicians tend to be much more familiar with a bottle and a glass than an elliptical machine, so riding a bike and getting paid to do it seemed like a great way to get back into a fitness regimen. So, dust off my young brother's old mountain bike, oil up the gears, get myself a Postmates driver's account, and I'm pretty much ready to go. I mean, it's kind of messed up that there were no background checks or anything. Like, I literally could have been anyone, but hey, I wasn't complaining at the time. I needed the money, I needed it bad, and there were much worse things than delivering acai bowls that I could be doing. But being a delivery driver brought a whole host of new occupational hazards, and there was one particular incident in the summer of last year that I've thought about almost every single day since it happened. So, I get this one job delivering Thai food over to a place in Brentwood, just this little single-story house that barely stood out from the rest. Postmates has us doing the whole contactless delivery thing by that point, but I always used to hang around just to make sure whoever it was got their food. Sometimes you had some pretty elderly people ordering from us, since some didn't have any other means of getting food without exposing themselves. It meant a lot to me to know that I was helping like that, even if it was in such a small way. Anyway, the dude comes out to get his food, and he's not nearly as old or infirm as I first expected, but he does look tired. And not just like my neighbor's dog was barking last night kind of tired. He looked like he was over his own life, just a deep exhaustion set into his eyes. He thanked me through his mask and told me Postmates had been a godsend since his wife left. I could relate hard to that. My long-term girlfriend had left at the start of the pandemic too. She just couldn't handle the stress, couldn't be so far away from her parents during such a difficult time, so I knew what he was talking about. Like I said, he seemed sick and tired, but he didn't hint at actually being depressed or mad or anything like that. He just seemed to be doing that macho guy thing of internalizing all of his feelings and, again, hard relate. Like I said, I often stuck around to make sure people got their food, and I'd also make a point of thanking people if they tipped big, and boy, did tired guy tip big. Right as I'm about to ride off on my bike, I make a point of telling the guy how grateful I am that he was so generous with his tip. It's literally people like him that mean I don't have to pawn my guitars to pay the rent. He just kind of nods, then says, "Just don't make the same mistakes I did, kid." I wasn't a kid. I was 28, but the weight of experience in the guy's voice, I just took it on the chin. The very next day, I get another delivery up that way, so I decide to cycle past the guy's house. I'm not 100% sure why, I guess I'm a creature of habit or something. But as I roll up, I can already see that something is horribly wrong. There's a cop car sitting in the guy's driveway, and his gate is blocked off with blue and white police tape. There's one cop sat in the driver's seat of the cruiser, and he gets out to ask me why I'm gawping at a crime scene. I ask him what happened, and he tells me to move along before turning his back on me. But then on the fly I say "But, officer, that's my uncle's place." And I drop the same name he'd used for his Postmates delivery. As soon as I say that, the cop stops dead in his tracks and turns around and sighs. That's when I know it wasn't just some home invasion or a car theft or something. That's when I knew it was darker than I could have imagined. The cop says something like, "Look, I'm sorry, but you're better hearing this from the next of kin. Besides, homicide doesn't have a full picture of what happened yet." "Is he okay? Is my uncle okay?" I ask. He was taken to the hospital, but after that I'm not sure.
Oh, wow.
I'm so sorry, sir. I had to do my own research to find out what exactly actually happened, and to me, it was way worse than a home invasion or something. The older guy, the one who'd been so generous with his money and his advice, had a full-on mental breakdown the very same day that I brought him his food. From what I could gather, he'd been ranting and raving in his driveway, and then when the cops showed up, he waved a gun in their faces. And that's all she wrote. They shot him dead right there in his driveway. I don't know if he was trying to end his own life by cop, or he actually had some kind of mental breakdown. But if it all happened that same night I dropped his food off, then I basically fed this guy his last meal, the final thing that ever passed his lips. A couple of hours later, he was dead. I don't know why, but that messed with me something awful over the weeks that followed. I kept thinking that maybe if I'd stuck around, maybe if I asked him more about his problems or his life in general, maybe it had given him the strength to carry on, at least for a little while. Or maybe it was always going to happen. Maybe he'd planned it or something, and nothing I could have said would have made a difference. For the longest time, those were the kinds of thoughts that I just couldn't seem to shake. Like the guy was a ghost that just haunted me, no matter where I went, or what I did.
Oh, wow.
On the night of the 27th of October, 2013, Tavisha Paris was working his final shift as a pizza delivery driver. Tavisha Paris. On the night of the 27th of October. On the night of the 27th of October, 2013, Tavisha Paris was working his final shift at...
Y'all, this is a third person story, bro. Y'all, third person stories be scary, bro. He not telling the story. Him right here, somebody else is telling his story, bro. This a third person story, y'all. That's why he said who? He said somebody's name. What in the world?
As a pizza delivery driver. The 25-year-old Sri Lankan migrant had moved to the UK to pursue a degree in IT and had long been employed as a delivery driver to support himself as he studied. But since he graduated with distinction from the University of Sheffield, Tavisha had quickly found himself a well-paid job in the IT sector. The generous pay package meant that it would be much easier to apply for permanent residence in the UK, which would open the door to eventually moving his family over too. His boss was sad to see the back of such a hard-working young man go, but also happy to see Tavisha moving onward and upward in his chosen career path. All he had to do was work one more shift, just one more night, and he'd be starting off his new life as a white-collar professional.
Oh my goodness, bro.
At around 10 p.m., Tavisha would have been making one of his final runs of the night as he drove out to Southie Crescent with a customer's order. As he parked his car, unfastened his seatbelt, and opened the driver's side door, Tavisha was greeted by the looming figure of 25-year-old Qasim Ahmed. Qasim wasn't the one who ordered the pizza, but still wanted something from the delivery driver, his mobile phone. Tavisha saw a flash of steel in the dim streetlights as his mugger pulled out a knife and threatened to stab him if he didn't hand over his phone. But Tavisha was brave. Too brave, perhaps. He had worked hard to be able to afford an expensive smartphone, and he wasn't about to hand it over without a fight. There wasn't a fight that night. It was a slaughter. Without so much as an ounce of provocation, Qasim Ahmed plunged the knife into Tavisha's chest, who fell back onto the pavement, gasping as he attempted to stem the bleeding. As he lay dying, Qasim's 18-year-old partner in crime, Shamraze Khan, rifled through Tavisha's pockets to relieve him of his belongings. With just one stab wound, Tavisha might have stood a chance of surviving the attack. But Qasim knew he had seen his face, and he knew the hard-working young migrant wouldn't just take the robbery lying down. The police would be called, a report would be filed, and repeated offender Qasim would no doubt be headed back to prison. And in Qasim's mind, that just wasn't going to happen. He knelt down and began plunging the knife into Tavisha's chest over and over again, stabbing the dying delivery driver a total of 14 times until he bled to death, right there on the cold Yorkshire pavement. The local community was appalled by the brutality of the murder, but also by the horrific and painfully tragic circumstances. Just one more night on the job. If Qasim Ahmed had waited just one more day to steal a phone or a wallet, Tavisha would still be alive. It's like some cruel cosmic joke, so utterly senseless that it almost sounds made up, and many were moved by the story. Given that Tavisha worked for Domino's in the UK, the company paid for his family to fly over so they could better organize his repatriation, as well as working more closely with investigating police. Tavisha's older brother, Pramod, spoke to the media on his arrival in Britain, saying, "I'm heartbroken. My brother, Tavisha, was the center of our world. He gave us so many reasons to smile. He was kind and considerate, and we were extremely proud of his achievements. We were so happy that he was doing so well in England, and we never thought his life was in any danger. I can't believe he was taken away from us in this cruel and inhuman manner. Please, if anyone saw or heard anything that could help us to catch these murderers, we beg that you step forward to help find my brother's killers." But it wasn't long before Tavisha's killers were found. As it turned out, Qasim Ahmed had stolen the cell phones of 2 young women at knife point just an hour before he murdered Tavisha, and he'd been stupid enough to do it in downtown Sheffield, a place that's practically covered in CCTV cameras. Police tracked him down as a part of their theft investigation, only to find that Qasim was in the process of disposing of clothing that was soaked in blood of his victim. He was arrested and charged with murder and would go on to be sent to prison for a minimum of 24 years. But 24 years seems like far too lenient a sentence for someone willing to take the life of another human being for nothing more than a mobile phone. And it seems like the only justice for a person responsible for such a cruel cosmic joke, who fabricated a scenario that would horrify all who heard it, deserves to go to prison for much, much longer than just 24 years. Two stories stand out in my mind. I should note that I work day shift. These happened in broad daylight. It wasn't some spooky old haunted house at night. This stuff creeped me out in the middle of the day. So the first event goes down when I took a delivery to a nice big house in a peaceful suburban neighborhood. This middle-aged guy had to be in his late 50s or 60s, answers the door and invites me in while he goes to grab his wallet. Any other time, I'd have opted to stay outside on the porch, but the house was seriously impressive looking from the outside that I wanted to check out what kind of interiors it had going on. So I follow him to his back porch, but stop dead in my tracks when I notice the large TV screen that's playing some kind of hardcore adult movie. When he noticed I had stopped, and that it was making me uncomfortable, he didn't bother to apologize or turn it off. In fact, he seemed to like the idea that he was basically forcing me to watch something so sleazy, and beckoned me to come out onto the porch to join him. Naturally, I declined, got the money, and left. The other thing happened at an extended stay hotel that had a real bad rep, mostly from fellow delivery drivers who ended up getting robbed or jumped. So I follow the delivery instructions and head around to a side door where I find I actually needed a code to get in. Luckily, a guy sticks his head out of the window and says the pizza's for him, adding that he'll be right down to pick it up. As I'm waiting for the guy to let me in, someone else comes along and lets me in, so I ended up meeting the guy on the stairs. Now, rather than exchanging money and leaving as you might expect, the guy tells me he doesn't have the money. Some other guy back in the room has it and asked me to come upstairs with him. With the first red flag tingling in the back of my head, I step into the elevator with him. The doors close and he says something to the effect of, "Hey, check this out," and begins to lift his shirt. Second and third red flags here. Under his shirt, he's been wrapped with bandages around his stomach. I'll save you the graphic details, but it was obviously a bad wound, a stab wound if I had to guess. He proceeds to confirm that he was in fact stabbed the other night, and that it was on the news and that I might have seen it, and after a pause in the conversation, that it hurts a lot. With the most awkward silence ever, we step off the elevator, go to his room, and he pops inside before coming back to invite me inside. Now, two thoughts go through my mind. Either this is the dumbest setup for a robbery I'd ever seen, or the couch guy is really, really lazy. I eventually settle on the fact that if this were a robbery, the guy probably wouldn't have advertised this gaping stab wound, and I kinda wanted to meet the laziest man in the world. So I step in the door, careful not to let freshly mixed stab wounds get my back. Inside, there's an older white-haired man on the couch and a young tweaked-out girl. The man hands the money to the girl, and naturally, it's a $100 bill, and that's the only cash he has. So reluctantly, I make change for him out of my own money, conclude the transaction, and hastily retreat from what I can only assume was some kind of meth house. So, on the worst delivery shift I ever worked, it's snowing like crazy, and of course my hunk of junk car can't make it up the long residential street to the house at the very top of the hill. After several attempts, I had to face reality, so I got out to begin the walk about 2 or 3 blocks of the snowy road. I get to the large, normal-looking house and ring the bell. No answer, but I hear a guy yelling at someone inside. Knock, ring, no answer. Still yelling, but it's obvious he's yelling at someone on the phone. I can see that the door I'm at goes into a small mudroom with a door to the house inside. I decide to step into the mudroom and knock on the inner door. I know, not a good idea. This guy finally opens the door and is like, "What do you want?" I'm wearing a uniform and holding a pizza delivery. What do you think I want, man? Now, the guy was a middle-aged guy with a mustache, and he has blood coming from a cut on his elbow, a cut on his lip, and blood coming from his nose, and his knuckles are torn up. Great. Dude just got into a fight, and lost by the looks of things. I see inside, and a half-empty bottle of Jack is chilling on the coffee table. "I didn't order a pizza. It's probably Frank's," he says. Then the guy just turns and goes back into the living room and sits down to take another swig of Jack. Is Frank here?" I ask. "Yeah, he's upstairs." The guy points to a staircase just inside the door on the left. Okay, I think to myself. I guess I'll go give the pizza to Frank since Drunk Fighter isn't going to do anything besides get more drunk. I took 2, maybe 3, it's been years since this happened, steps up the stairs and thought, screw this. I immediately backpedal, go to the front door in the mudroom and leave the house and walk back to my car. I didn't call Frank because at that point I was just so livid about getting stuck in the snow, walking uphill through the snow, waiting a while for this drunk idiot to answer the door and getting sketched out. I figured if Frank wanted his pizza, he would call back or come pick it up. Frank never called to ask where his pizza was, and that made me more sketched out about the whole situation. Back when I was in community college, I worked at this pizza place that was basically in the middle of nowhere. It was located in a strip mall at the side of a highway in a pretty rural area, and there were just people dotted around the surrounded area that the store never quite went out of business. But since we hardly made any money, we operated a skeleton crew at all hours, and especially late at night. Sometimes it would just be 2 people in the store, me and one other guy. One would make the pies, the other would drive them out to the customers. It wasn't always a perfect system, but we managed. Without a doubt, the best time to work was Wednesday or Thursday nights, simply because of how quiet it was. You worked a Wednesday or Thursday late shift and basically got paid to sit around on your butt and talk trash with your coworker. You'd maybe get 1 or 2 calls, nothing stressful, and that was that. But this one night, we get a call almost bang on 11 p.m., a half hour before closing. Any other time, we might actually be kinda angry, but it was just way too out of the ordinary for us to even be mad. Like, I think it was legit the first time we'd ever gotten a call that late. Now, at the time, my coworker is out in his car having a quick smoke before we start our clean down, so I'm all on my own when I hear the phone. Part of me was like, just don't answer it, dude. But honestly, curiosity got the best of me. Most of the families in the county work their farms, so they go to bed pretty early in the evening, so who was calling so late? When I pick up, I don't recognize the voice on the end. Given the nature of the job, I pretty much know everyone who calls, along with exactly what they're going to order. But still, it's not entirely unusual that we get someone new calling. But what was really unusual was how this guy's order differed from most others, not to mention how he was acting in general. So right off the bat, I can tell there's something not quite right with the guy. His voice was super raspy, like he lived in a whiskey still and smoked Marlboros for breakfast. And I know it's about to be a weird call when the first thing he asks for is a hamburger. I'm like, "Sir, this is a pizza place. I can read you our menu if you like." Which was no problem. We only had like 6 different pizzas with a couple of sides. The guy says it's fine. All he wants is hamburger meat. I'm assuming he meant on a pizza since we did actually do a cheeseburger pizza at the time, so I asked some clarification. But no, this guy doesn't want a pizza. He just wants hamburger meat. Raw hamburger meat.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to sell raw hamburger meat. Like, I know you can eat raw hamburger meat. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what steak tartare is, but I figured there had to be some kind of food hygiene law against it. I asked my coworker, who was way too blazed to give me a solid answer, so I give the guy an honest answer and tell him I'm not even sure I'm allowed to sell him raw hamburger. The guy started begging and pleading so hard that I was actually speechless for a moment. He sounded like he was fiending for it, so bad that it was actually kind of creepy. I'm even less sure about the whole thing by that point, but after the guy on the phone offers a handsome tip, I make an executive decision and decided to go ahead with the sale. People do dumb stuff for money, right?
I don't know, Sean.
Well, I suppose this is my thing.
I don't know either, Mike.
I throw what I consider to be $10 retail worth of hamburger meat into a plastic carton, plug this guy's address into my navigation system, then began the drive out to his house. I've been making deliveries in that area of Lawrence County for about 18 months at that time. I'm not saying I knew the place like the back of my hand, but I'd certainly never seen this guy's house before. I didn't even know that old place was there. It was some old farmhouse at the end of a long dirt road, and it looked like it was falling apart. It would have made a great haunted house, and all I could think as my headlights suddenly lit the whole place up was that it was like the start of a horror movie or something. I was the poor, dumb pizza boy.
Okay. How to make sure I still alive, y'all? My bad.
Doomed to die in the film's intro that introduced whatever crazed killer or monstrous creature that was the movie's main feature. I park up, walk up the old rickety porch, and since there was no sign of a doorbell, I just knock on this guy's door. When he answers, he actually looks pretty normal. Like he'd expect some decrepit old witch to answer the door to a house like that. Not a guy in a sweater vest who looked like the dad of all dads. As I'm handing over the bag of hamburger meat, I can't resist asking him why he'd ordered raw hamburger and not an actual menu item. I figured he's going to grill it at home or whatever, so I frame my question as such. But the guy just smiles, shakes his head, and tells me he's going to eat it raw. I must have completely failed to hide the look of disgusted confusion on my face, because the guy then launches into this big speech about the benefits of eating raw meat. I mean, he talked a lot of science terms that I didn't understand, but he seemed to know what he was talking about, and it actually weirdly put me at ease for a second as he fished around his wallet for a tip. He hands me $11 in crumpled ones, and as I count them, I'm like, "Thanks, man. That's really generous." But then I look up, just in time to see the guy crack the lid on the plastic container of meat, bring it up to his nose, and take a long, deep sniff of what was inside.
What the fuck?
The way he acted wasn't like this wholesome, smells yummy kind of happy. It seemed straight up perverse. I'm just watching, trying not to freak out, as the smell of the meat seems to legit turn him on. After he huffs it, he shudders, eyes rolling in their sockets before he gets this glazed look in them, and all I'm thinking is, this is my cue to leave. I awkwardly thank the guy, just happy to get off of his property, only right as I go to turn around and walk back off the porch, I see something moving in the dimly lit hallway over the dude's shoulder. Poking out at about waist height from behind a doorframe was this big pair of terrified eyes looking back at me from sunken sockets. It was a kid. I don't even know what compelled me to ask, but whatever it was so strong that it overrode any desire I had to flee while I still had the legs to carry me. I remember saying something like, "That your kid, huh?" Instead of giving me this big smile or waxing lyrical about what a proud dad they were, something that would have suited his wholesome sweater vest dad look, he suddenly looks furious. He spins around on the spot. The kid looks terrified and disappears from view, then when he turns back, he just stares at me, this deep, moody stare that sent a shiver down my spine. And once again, I get that overwhelming "this is my cue to leave" feeling. I thank the guy, backing off the porch in a way where I never quite turn my back on him. He doesn't say a word in response, just keeps that angry look on his face, like I'd done something to offend him or seen something I shouldn't have. It took 20 minutes to drive back to the pizza place. 20 long minutes I had to replay the interaction in my head, over and over again. I called 911 as soon as I got back. Like I had no idea what was going on back there, but it couldn't have been good. No kids should be that scared of their dad, if that guy even was that kid's dad at all.
Damn.
My logic was that I could call 911, find out I just came out at a bad time and took the dude's actions out of context and maybe feel a little embarrassed. Or find out that something horrible was happening in that house, feel horrendous guilt that I failed to stop it, and then be haunted for the rest of my life. Though what I wasn't expecting was that there was actually a third option, one that turned out to be worse than the first two.
Worse?
So, I called the cops. They go to check it out. Then the deputy gets back in touch to reassure me that he'd been over to the guy's house, had a good look around, and then found that there was nothing wrong. I figured that once a cop had told me that, I'd feel fine. Kind of stupid for assuming stuff, but generally fine. But I didn't. I found myself just not believing the guy. Like he couldn't have seen the same stuff that I had and just walked away being like, yeah, it's all good in that house. I didn't do another delivery to that house for the rest of the time I worked there, and I certainly wasn't complaining about not having to make any more weird deliveries. But even today, I find myself wondering what the deal was with that guy and his kid, and whether or not I should have done more to investigate. Because the thing that haunts me the most is that there might be some kind of kid out there going through the most horrifying ordeal of their young lives, thinking like, why didn't that man help me? Why didn't that man help me?
I found one.
What?
Hey, I don't know what's going on with these stories, man, but we gotta keep watching though.
This took place 2 years ago, and I can still recall every moment in almost perfect detail. It was nearing the end of school. Everyone was on their way to their last period, which for me was history, a class that I not only wasn't good at, but I also disliked the teacher, and at that point I honestly had no motivation of even showing up. So, ultimately, I decided to ditch and hide out in one of the bathroom stalls located near the very back of the school. Almost no one went back there, so I figured no one would find out anyway. I was in the furthest
Oh yeah, this is 7 school lockdown horror stories.
back stall, playing some game on my phone, when the ear-deafening sound of the principal coming over the intercom made me jump.
Lockdown, lockdown. This is an emergency alert. Please follow lockdown procedures. Go into the nearest room or building, lock the door, and turn off all lights.
It was a lockdown announcement, though I honestly didn't pay it any attention, considering they were all practice, and so I just continued to sit there in the stall and wait. But just then, all the lights to the building seemingly shut off all at once. The hum of the light faded, along with the buzzing of the AC unit, which meant all the power to the school had been cut off. The bathroom had gone pitch black, and that's when I was actually starting to get worried. Power was never cut off during practice lockdown drills. I texted my friend asking him what was going on, and literally right away he answered back with a text saying, "Dude, where are you? It's a real lockdown. Everyone's asking where you are." I told him I was in the bathroom, and he responds saying I should hide. But where else could I go? I wasn't just gonna run out into the hallway to find a better spot. So ultimately I decided to stay and hide in the stall I was in. I turned my phone's brightness down and texted my friend again. I asked him what the reason was for the lockdown, and after 5 long minutes of waiting, he replied saying that apparently there was a kid armed with a knife banging on classroom doors and asking to be let in.
Oh nah.
Both my classroom and the bathroom I was in were on the same floor, So I turned off my phone and tried my best to see if I could hear anything. There were running footsteps, and that was shortly followed by the sound of the bathroom door opening. I was absolutely horrified at what I was hearing. Whoever entered walked towards the stall next to me, went inside, and shut the door. I held my breath for what seemed like forever. Then, to break the silence, in a shaky voice, I said, "Who's in here?" It was silent for a second.
Why would you say that?
Then I heard a voice reply with, "I'm just looking for a place to hide. I heard there was a lockdown over the speakers." That didn't really answer my question, but the guy sounded around my age, and so I decided I'd just let it go. We sat in silence for what seemed like forever, when finally we got another announcement telling all students to exit the school in an orderly fashion through the front doors, where cops would be waiting outside. I exited the stall, but was surprised to see the guy next to me didn't. I asked him if he was coming, and he replied saying, "Yeah man, just give me a couple minutes." I thought that was weird, but regardless, I left the bathroom and started heading towards the front exit of the school. As I was walking, my phone went off. My friend had texted me. He said that apparently a kid who was maybe a couple years older than us tried to rob a nearby gas station at knife point. The guy actually stabbed a couple people, and when he was unsuccessful in getting any money, he ran to hide in our school to blend in as one of the students. But what horrified me the most was the last sentence. My friend said that the cops outside were saying that the kid was still inside, and that he was hiding somewhere in the back of the school. Reading this changed my walk to the front doors into a full-on sprint. Right as I got outside, I would frantically inform one of the police officers of what I had experienced. And after they searched the bathroom, they found it was empty, but that the window inside was broken. The kid had broken and escaped through the window. Needless to say, for the next few school days, I had gotten a lot of unwanted attention because of what I had experienced. As far as I know, the kid still hasn't been caught, and it's still just difficult for me to come to terms with the fact that I was unknowingly hiding in a stall right next to the guy I was trying to hide from.
That's insane right there, my boy. That's insane right there, my boy. That's insane, boy.
I somewhat recently got my first real job as a teacher at a public elementary school in a nearby neighborhood. It was the first school year I was teaching, and at this point it was only September.
I don't know why he did that. That was kind of slow. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Oh yeah, I'm with y'all. I don't know why he did that though, bro. That was not smart at all. That was not smart.
So, needless to say, I was still learning the ropes. It was honestly pretty stressful. I teach a first grade class of around 20 kids, so you can imagine how chaotic it would get at times, especially with my lack of experience. I remember one day, I was in the middle of assigning the kids a worksheet for spelling simple words when the principal's voice came over the school's loudspeaker and ordered a lockdown. Now, being a new teacher, I wasn't yet informed of when the school had practiced lockdown drills around the year. Therefore, I had no idea if this was a drill or not. But I knew either way I had to follow protocol. I turned off the room's lights, locked the doors and windows, and had the kids sit against the walls out of sight. I'd say maybe 5 minutes passed of complete silence when I could faintly start to hear doors being banged on down the hall. I could feel my heart start to race as the sounds got louder as whoever was banging on the doors got closer. At this point, I still had no idea whether it was just the principal checking all the classroom locks or an actual intruder in the school. But my thoughts were interrupted by one of my students bursting out crying. It was too loud. There's no doubt whoever was outside would have been able to hear it. I could tell. The banging outside stopped in response to the noise, shortly after followed by a single pair of footsteps walking up to the door. It was silent for a few seconds, but the silence was quickly broken by a male's voice yelling out, "Hey guys, I think there's kids in this one."
Serious dictation was driving me crazy.
What? I think kids in this one?
And that confirmed this lockdown was real. More footsteps could be heard running up to the door, and that's when genuine attempts to break down the door were made by multiple people. At that point, not a single kid in the class wasn't crying or screaming in fear. I didn't know what to do. I was never trained for this kind of situation. And that's when 2 gunshots could be heard.
Oh!
But it didn't come from the intruders. Police were now inside the building. Right after the shots were fired, the intruders could be heard running down the hall. 30 minutes later, and we were given the all clear. It turns out the intruders were 3 local high school students. They were eventually caught, but when asked why they did it, they would say close to nothing. Although, one of the kids claimed it was a bet, but personally I don't believe that for a second. No bet is worth going to court over and even possibly losing your freedom. I firmly believe they had much worse intentions. Although most likely traumatized, luckily no one was physically hurt. The shots that were fired by the police were claimed to have been warning shots and were aimed directly into the ground. It's been 2 years since this all happened, and I still teach first grade at the same school and even in the same classroom. And to this day, those bullet holes can still be seen in the school's hallway.
Still be seen in the school hallway? Now that's insane, right?
This happened back when I was in middle school. Technically, it was actually my last day in middle school. It was late May, and for our last day, our school would do a sort of field day where the whole school would play a bunch of games to celebrate the end of the school year. Now, back then, I used to be a pretty active kid, but unfortunately, due to a recent concussion, I was unable to participate in any games the whole day. I was pretty disappointed, yeah, though I did bring my DS and quickly opted to just sit inside one of the classrooms and play that, as, I mean, there wasn't really anything else I could do. None of the teachers seemed to mind, so there I was, all by myself in the classroom for my science class playing my DS, all the while the other kids got to play games in the school's gymnasium. It was a weird feeling being in that classroom alone. I don't really know how to explain it. I mean, up until that point, I don't think I'd ever been in a classroom completely alone. Something that needs to be mentioned is that the teachers that weren't watching the kids in the gymnasium were in a room across the hall having meetings. I'd say I was playing on my DS for not even an hour when my English teacher, Miss Allen, rushed up to the classroom's door and closed it from the outside. She didn't say anything to me, so I figured she just wanted to make sure I couldn't hear whatever the teachers were talking about across the hall. Forgetting about it, I went back to playing my DS. A couple minutes later, the classroom's door swung open. I expected to see one of the teachers coming in to check on me, but no, a man I'd never seen before walked into the room and closed the door behind him.
Whoa! Oh!
The guy had to have at least been in his 50s, and so I just assumed it was some kid's dad. It wasn't unusual for parents to come into the school to bring a student their lunch, so I asked if he was looking for someone. He replied with no, in a tone that seemed almost offended that I would even ask that question. Before I could say anything else, the guy started walking towards me. I asked him what he was doing, and that's when he lifted up his shirt, revealing a handgun on his waistband. He followed it up by saying, "Look, kid, I'm gonna need you to come with me, or I'm gonna kill you." The guy said it in the most carefree tone I had ever heard, and that along with the fact that I'd never even seen a gun in person before instantly overwhelmed me with pure fear. Before I could fully comprehend the danger of the situation I was in, the guy firmly grabbed my wrist and started pulling me towards the classroom door. But before we got into the hallway, the deafening sound of our school's lockdown alarm started going off. This was followed by the guy instantly letting go of my wrist and making a run for it down the hall and through a back exit. I stood there in shock for a second, but ultimately went back inside the classroom. I'm not sure how much time had passed when Miss Allen came back into the room and told me that she didn't want to scare me, but that there had been an intruder inside the building and a lockdown which now was over had taken place. I would tell her about the man, and instantly she brought me to a police officer who was already on the premises to explain what I had experienced. It turns out the man was the whole reason the school went into lockdown in the first place. The man was reported to have been scoping out the school all morning, and when he was seen getting close to the building itself, someone would call the police, which resulted in the lockdown. The guy was later caught, and would openly admit that he had been trying to scare kids into getting into his car so he could kidnap them. And this reality still horrifies me to this day. Not a day goes by where I'm not thankful for the school's alarm going off when it did. School lockdowns can be some of the most terrifying things you can experience. The general fear of what's going to happen next is very overwhelming for a lot of people, sometimes even if it's just a drill. In this video, we'll be going over 3 terrifying true school lockdown horror stories. If you guys do enjoy horror stories told in the first-person format, all I ask is that you consider subscribing, as that's the only content we post, and we upload around 4 videos weekly, sometimes even more. And be sure to stay to the end of the video, as honestly all of today's stories are absolutely terrifying. With that being said, let's continue into the school lockdown horror stories.
I feel bad for
It was a completely normal, boring school day. I was in 7th period math, and the clock showed 2:45 p.m., which means the school day was nearly done. As it was a Friday, and spring break was just around the corner, you could feel everyone getting antsy in their seats. A lot of people had tests and whatnot, whereas my class got to have fun. We had a super laid-back teacher who loved to entertain us as much as possible. We lucked out in that sense. Me and my girlfriend Haley were messing around in the back, talking about something that occurred earlier that day. When it happened, the alarm for the lockdown went off, and the principal came over the loudspeaker. Now, for some context, typically a teacher would yell lockdown 3 times if it was a drill. We were always told if it was 4 times, it was not a drill. The reason for this was to hide the fact that we knew someone was in the building with malicious intent. 4 times we heard the word lockdown. Now, I've gotten so used to hearing it only 3 times that I paid no attention to how many times lockdown was even said. The teacher did the usual, turning off the lights, closing the door, and ushering us to the back corner of the room where we couldn't be seen from the glass on the door. Our classroom had 2 doors, one at the front and one at the back. In the midst of all the commotion, me and Haley did the one thing you should never do in a lockdown. We snuck out of the class. We were now in the hallway on the 3rd floor. Everything looked so weird. Not a single person in sight other than the 2 of us. A sort of humming noise came from the walls, indicating the school had cut all the power. I thought this was weird, as I thought it was only a drill. "Hey, why would they cut off the power if it's just a drill?" I asked. This was when we really started to question if it was actually a drill or not. But with us being stupid teenagers, we brushed it off as nothing. We continued roaming the halls when we started to hear a sound. We got really creeped out by this, as no one was supposed to be outside the class. Fearing it was a teacher, we ran into the nearest bathroom to hide. We ran into the 4th stall that was tucked into the corner and hid. We sort of just sat there, giggling, thinking we outsmarted the teacher. Maybe about 30 seconds had passed, and we started to hear the footsteps again, but this time much closer. My heart froze. We could tell it was right outside the door. At this point, we were sure we'd been caught. We kept as quiet and as still as possible, hoping not to make a sound. It was really weird though. The person outside hadn't come in yet, but they hadn't left either. If they left, we would have clearly heard their footsteps leaving, but we never heard them. Haley pointed this out to me, and that's when we started taking the situation a bit more seriously.
Hey, Meta?
That's insane, yo. It's crazy.
The door opened, and someone stepped in.
I was
going to walk out of the stall and apologize for sneaking off when Haley stopped me. She whispered to me, "Isn't it protocol for teachers to ask if there's anyone in the bathroom?" She was right. This wasn't normal teacher behavior, and that's when the heart-dropping realization hit us. Whoever was in the bathroom with us wasn't a teacher. While contemplating what to do, the silence was broken. "I know you're in there." My heart dropped as the person said that. The voice was younger, and it obviously wasn't a teacher. We were practically crying at this point, unable to hold it back. The guy was now directly in front of the stall door. He started pounding on the door and screaming like a madman. As this was happening though, I heard the door open again, followed by the familiar voice of my teacher, Mr. Taylor. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" I heard a scuffle outside, and I immediately rushed to aid my teacher. Eventually we got the guy held down and the cops were called. Apparently, the man was an escapee from a mental asylum near the school, and thankfully, no one got hurt. I don't know if any of you guys remember a few years ago when a sort of killer clown craze shook America for a few months. Well, this all happened during that time. I always remembered me and my friends thought it was funny, and we'd always watch those clown caught on camera videos that were really popular at lunch. Although, our laughter turned into fear when we were made aware that a few of those clowns on Twitter threatened to come to our school at 11 a.m. that day and quote-unquote kill all of us. Luckily, the school picked up on this, and they sent out emails to the parents that they had scheduled a planned lockdown at 10:30 that day in response to the threats. I was sitting in history class when I heard the familiar sound of the lockdown alarm, followed by the teacher rushing to the windows and door,
locking and closing them. Even though initially the threat freaked me out, I wasn't worried at this point. I reasoned that it was most likely just another blank threat online, and that nothing would happen. After about 40 minutes of silence, sitting on the cold floor in the corner of the room, the emergency green flashing light turned off, then followed by the air conditioning slowly falling silent, and then the hallway lights switched off. The school had cut the power, but why though? At this point, me and my classmates were staring at each other. We all knew that something real was going on, as the school never cut off the power unless something serious was happening. After 10 minutes or so, we could all hear a faint banging noise from down the corridor, shortly followed by heavy and fast footsteps. Someone was running down the hallway. They started banging on the lockers and screaming. At this point, a few girls started quietly crying. Just then, the most terrifying thing ever happened. One of the men, dressed as a clown, ran up to the class door, banging and screaming. Multiple people were crying now, and one of my friends whispered to me in complete seriousness, saying we were all gonna die. I have no shame in admitting that this caused me to start crying too. I then heard the loud sound of glass shattering. The man had shattered the glass part of the door, and I could see his arm reaching through to try to unlock the door from the inside. I was frozen and in complete disbelief as to what I was witnessing. But luckily, my teacher reacted quickly, grabbing a piece of shattered glass from the ground and stabbing the man's arm before he could unlock the door. He instantly grabbed his arm back, and you could hear his screams of pain. He then quickly stepped away from the door, and his screams slowly faded down the corridor. After another 2 hours, the principal came on the loudspeaker, explaining everything. He said that just after 11, 2 men walked into the school, one holding a kitchen knife. They ran around the school, threatening to kill students and trying to break into classrooms. But once the police raided the school, only one of them was caught, and it wasn't the one who tried to break into our classroom. After the whole event, the school got over 20 buses to take the younger kids home, and the kids 9th grade and over, like me, were told to walk home in groups and call the cops if we saw anything suspicious. I had a hard week at school after that experience. I was always thinking that the men would return, this time with a gun or something, but nothing happened. This, nonetheless, will be scarred into my mind forever. Ever since the lockdown, the school has hired a few more on-campus police officers, and they've installed some auto-locking features on doors and windows. This has made me feel a little bit better in school, but this isn't just an experience you can simply forget about. I live in the middle of nowhere. The school I go to has maybe 500 students in total. It's enough for everyone to know everyone's name. Regardless, this day our school went on lockdown. That familiar, yet eerie chime of our principal's voice saying to remain in our classes until further notice rang through the building over the intercoms. His voice was surprisingly calm, especially considering the fact that he didn't even say it was a drill. Despite our little town, crime isn't completely unheard of. We've had our fair share of reported break-ins, robberies, and even some gang activity. "I bet it's a robber down at Chase Bank," my friend Kyle joked. I laughed, and we started talking about what we actually thought the whole lockdown was for. Kyle's voice was beginning to get louder, only interrupted by our teacher, Miss Sander herself, shushing him. It had now been about 10 minutes of complete silence, but like most high schoolers tend to, we all lost our patience. Everyone was now talking softly to whoever they were sitting next to at this point. Just then, we all heard it. Footsteps. Not just one pair, but a few walking down the hall. We all went quiet, knowing that something was wrong, and if this was a drill, it would have been just one pair of footsteps, that being the teacher checking on the classrooms. Even Kyle, who had previously been talking, grew silent. Miss Sander moved slowly to the doorway, peering out from behind a corner. The heaviness in the air was suffocating. Just then, we heard footsteps again, seemingly doing another lap around the school. A girl across the room let out a muffled sob of fear. I focused my attention on the door. I was leaning out from behind a table to peer through the window to see if I could see anything. I'm not sure what I expected to see, but whatever I was expecting, a whole lot of nothing was not.
How you went to the bathroom and twisted your knee? Your ankle. Dang, you alright?
Not it. The hallway was empty and completely dark, as it tends to be when no one was in it. The lights were all automated in my school, but just then, I noticed some of them turn on. A wave of yellow light instantly filled the room as we huddled in, casting shadows against the rows of desks. Someone somewhere tried to calm the crying girl, but I could hear their own murmured voice waver. I was still looking through the door's window from a distance at this point, But of course, as I was doing this, I saw someone walk up to the window and start looking through into the room. I instantly ducked back down behind the table the whole class was hiding behind. I felt my heart beat wildly as I heard the sound of the doorknob start to shift. My vision grew static as I pulled my knees to my chest, curling up tightly in the corner of the room. The door shook as the guy banged on it repeatedly, and as he was doing this, my biggest fear came true. The door hinges gave out, and this guy proceeded to walk into the classroom. All of us went silent, praying this man wouldn't walk over to the corner of the room and see all of us hiding behind this table. About a minute passed of just this guy standing there, and we could hear someone else sprinting to the door, followed by the words, "Dude, we gotta go, the cops are already here." That's when I heard the guy start running out of the room and down the hall. The cops came, and a little later that was it. The guys who entered the school were never caught, and apparently they were armed with guns. The story goes that one of the kids at my school tweeted at a gang, essentially making fun of them the night before that school day. And of course, the gang took it very seriously and planned on raiding the school and killing the kid responsible.
Whoa.
Luckily, they weren't successful, but this experience still terrifies me nonetheless.
That is crazy, bro.
When I got rear ended,
It's crazy, bro.
I went to middle school at a private school where the middle and high school was comprised of only 30 students. One of the assistant coaches for my middle school team was a soft-spoken man that volunteered for many of our school functions. I assume this is due to the fact that he had 2 adopted sons that attended my school. One was a grade older and one was a couple of grades below me. I didn't really remember him at all until I graduated high school and out of the blue get a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. Still don't know how he got my number. It turns out to be that this man was wishing me a happy graduation. I at first thought that he was just friendly, but then he called back insisting on taking me for a steak dinner. I tried to politely decline, but he began texting me and calling me nonstop. This made me really uncomfortable, and so I sternly requested he leave me be. A couple of years later, I am a sophomore in college and I received this email. Dear me, I shall try one last time, though not to bother, but to seek a friendship that I can feel can work and benefit us both. It seems that most people pass through their lives and leave a vacant mark, soon to be forgotten, or, if thought of, just a passing blip that does not linger. However then, there are those who leave their mark as if to say, I am somebody of value, I want to make a difference. I'm not sure where or how I so tragically messed up in trying to recapture a friendship that I felt important. Not wanting anything more or anything less, but a friendship of value and a meaning that would be of importance to 2 lives. Long ago, as a soccer coach, there was a young man of intrigue on my team. His intelligence shone through his skills on the soccer field, and there was something there, something that sparked the thought of value. It was difficult to define, harder still to understand. Nonetheless, that young man left a mark that would stay in the portals of my mind. Typically, society does not take kindly to a grown married man taking up a friendship with a young man with a family of his own. Innocent, of course, respectfully even more, but still looked at with this inevitable stink eye.
What is going
Maybe
on,
one
bro?
day the paths of this
But y'all see how he built? Bro, y'all see how he built, bro? What type of built? But he built like an ice cream, bro. Like, look, hold on, y'all. Bro, just take away his legs, y'all. He built like an ice cream cone, bro. Like, bro, what the freak, bro? Why he built like that,
and
bro?
team member will cross again. Most of the friendships that I value in my life have come along in the most unusual way. For instance, the 19-year-old female classmate at mortuary school that just seemed to fit under my wing. I was the one that was not interested in hitting on her, just establishing a friendship that could last for years to come. Or perhaps the 93-year-old lady in the nursing home who was hungry for the company of someone that enjoyed listening to her stories of times gone by.
That's what I'm saying. He
The
built like an ice
author
cream cone,
from
bro.
Casey County that immediately gave...
Like, I just look at him, bro. Look at him, bro. Yo, like, his waist is the cone, bro. And... oh, my goodness, bro. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, bro. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta look this up. I need y'all to see this. Hold on, bro. But why I got all these tabs up on my thing? Hold on, bro. I need y'all to see this. Y'all, I gotta pull up. Give me a minute. Bro, this buddy right here, y'all. This buddy right here. Y'all, this him right here, bro. This him right here, bro. This is exactly how you built, bro. This is exactly how you built. Y'all look. This is exactly how you built, bro. This is exactly how he's built. He have the worst build I ever seen in my life, bro. I don't know. I never seen somebody built like that, but like his stomach is overflowing. Like how is your stomach overflowing? But that don't even make no sense, bro. Like how is that even possible? Like I don't even know how that's possible, y'all. Like I'm not even trying to be funny, bro. Alright, let's get back to the video though, bro. I just had to tell you that though, but that is, I don't know, man. That's, might be like, yeah, that's so hilarious, bro. Like, oh my goodness, bro. Alright, I'll get back to it. My fault.
A feeling of commonality that was uncovered after just a few dinners and glasses of Merlot. A young friend of a son who, lacking a father figure, just wanted respect from a generation that was not willing to give it. I could go on and on. I have found that the old saying that you can't pick your family, however, you can pick your friends is of tremendous value in my life. Souls are waiting around every corner or in the most bizarre places, but when you encounter them, the rewards are endless. What does all this mean? For you, perhaps nothing, or maybe, just maybe, something. This is for you to decide. Nature may have already taken its course, but I try not to give up on anything that I consider of value in my life or the lives of others. Best regards, him. I responded extremely curtly and notified this man that I forward the email to my father, attorney at law. I don't like to speculate, but considering the nature of the adoption of the demeanor and behavior of his sons growing up, as well as their age of proximity to me, I really worry about their upbringing. I never heard from this man since, but my younger sister said one of her male friends has had similar interactions with him. To add to the creepiness, this man is a mortician in my county. I would like to add a bit more context to this story. I would receive multiple voicemails a day of this man telling me things like, I want to take you out to a big steak dinner. Anything you want. We can even share some wine at my house before, or, I don't know what I'm doing wrong and why you were pushing me away. I think we can truly get along great. Now, I agree. At first I thought this man was simply reaching out to me in a friendly manner, but the persistence after being nicely turned down is what raised red flags. After starting college, I received a new phone number as well as a new email address. Not for this reason, but because I got my own phone plan and started university with a new email. My second year here, he tracked down both informations again. This is when he sent this letter as well as started the calls again. It was only after telling the man that I forwarded his email to my father, who happened to be an attorney, that he left me alone. A few months later, the county prosecutor contacted me requesting information. When I recalled this story, I did a quick Google search of his email and name and found at least 2 obituaries of 14 and 15-year-old boys that live in different states from him, where he posts on the online funeral page expressing condolences. I won't add his exact wording or the sites because I don't want to reveal his identity, but both were identical and went something like this. Parents, may God give you strength. I feel like I have gotten to know your son through the Facebook posts and messages we have shared, and have grown to love him and have plenty of respect for him. My heart is aching. I love you. Insert son's name. It is speculative, but it sounds as if he doesn't personally know these boys, and the similar wording he uses to the letter he sent me further raises red flags. And lastly, I want to reiterate that I barely knew this man. We never had an opportunity to be alone and develop some bond that he refers to. He was the assistant coach for my middle school soccer team. I rarely even made it on the field as I was in the 6th grade and it was a middle school team. It was not as if he was some teacher I saw every day, and I sincerely left an impression on him. I didn't even remember he existed until the calls and emails started.
You say you learning German? You say you learning German? That's pretty dope. Alright, y'all. Do y'all want to watch? Alright, y'all. So boom. Do y'all want to watch? Y'all want to watch a lockdown story? Snapchat, Airbnb, or my friend is camping alone. His texts are starting to scare me. Which one would y'all rather watch? Just say Snapchat, Airbnb, Snapchat, Airbnb. Air. Alright, we're gonna do Airbnb then.
Year-old male. I used to work for
Yo, there's 4 Airbnb horror stories already.
Airbnb as one of their contracted employees as their Tier 1 customer service. For those that don't know, Airbnb is a hospitality service where every day people can rent out their homes and apartments either partially or entirely to people as an alternative to renting a hotel. It's a rather nice idea, although it's in a legal gray area because while there are no laws preventing it, there are no laws guaranteeing your rights as a tenant either, as there is with signing a lease or a home mortgage would grant you. If your host decides to cancel your reservation, your contract is considered null and void in our eyes and you must leave the property, or you can be arrested for trespassing if the host wishes to press charges. I had totaled my car when I hit a patch of black ice in a previous snowstorm, slid into a curb, and snapped my front suspension on the left side of my car. So I was forced to take the light rail to work for the time being. Luckily, I live right next to a light rail station, and my work was within 1/4 of a mile from another. I called into the office and told them that I would be late because I had just wrecked my car, and thankfully they understood. I arrived an hour later, and my trainer sat me between 2 girls who had been chatting away in an attempt to get them to quiet down and pay attention. Needless to say, it didn't really work because the girl to my right, Lily, would just lean forward and talk as if I weren't even there. The girl to my left, Amy, would do the same, and it was hard to pay attention to the instructor. There was another girl there, Susan, sitting to the right of Lily, who would try to join in on the conversations, but was just not very effective, even though she had the most boisterous voice in the room. I'm pretty sure the 2 girls were just ignoring her mostly, as her comments seemed forced, and you could tell she had no idea what she was talking about, and just came across as pretentious and rude. During our first break, our conversation returned to relationships. Lily was single, but was crushing on our trainer. Amy was engaged, and I was dating a girl whom I had a crush on since I was 12 and had plans to propose to in the coming months. They both helped me plan out my proposal, things to do and things to avoid, and I'm pretty sure were more excited for me than I was. While we were talking in the front lobby, Susan comes up and hijacks the conversation. "I have a boyfriend too," she said. "He's 28 and has his own house and drives a Mustang." For context, Susan is 20, and I'm not judging her for dating someone 8 years older than her, but the more questions we asked, the more it seemed she just made this guy up. Now, these weren't malicious questions, but genuine questions trying to get a better idea of who she was dating and just trying to be nice. Well, he's not exactly my boyfriend. He's married, but he says he's just waiting on the divorce
He married. Hold on, what?
papers to finalize, and then I can move in with him. She rattled on.
Man.
I became more and more uncomfortable with this girl. As she started talking about her boyfriend, she would glance over at me, give me a once-over, and then continue talking as if nothing happened. It made every hair on my body stand on end. I'm a firm believer that there has to be some sort of physical attraction between two people for the relationship to work out. And even if I were single, I was not attracted to this girl in any way, shape, or form.
How did it get so?
After the end of our training day, I started to make my way to the light rail station. There was about 2 feet of snow on the ground, so Amy offered to give me a ride home as I lived on her way. I greatly appreciated the offer and offered to fill up her gas tank beforehand as payment. Susan jumped in and asked for a ride as well, to the light rail station right by my house. Amy offered to drop her off at the light rail station just up the road, but Susan insisted on being dropped off at the one by my place. I didn't think anything of it at first, but I would be lying if I didn't say that it seemed too much of a coincidence that she wanted to be dropped off right at the one right next to my house, where there was another one so much closer. I was dropped off at my leasing office as I didn't want anyone to know exactly where I lived, and my roommate and I decided to order pizza instead of going out in the snow, and I wanted to drown my sorrows in something as I had just lost my car. 45 minutes go by as we wait for the pizza.
Yo, what's up with everybody being built like this, bro? Bro, this another ice cream person, bro. Like, y'all, what going on, bro? But Mort, why you drawing everybody like this, bro? Yo, like, Mort, what's going on, Mort? You telling me everybody got this exact build in your universe, bro? Yo, everybody have this exact build, bro.
I understood that it would take a little longer to get here.
Everybody have this build, bro. Y'all see this? Maybe he built like that. You right.
The weather conditions were terrible and whatnot. The pizza arrives, and he hands me something else. A letter, he said, was sitting on our doormat when he arrived. I was intrigued, as we had just moved in not more than a month ago, and hadn't met any of our neighbors yet, so perhaps it was something from them. I wish I hadn't opened it. It was a letter from Susan. The envelope was covered in hearts, and the initials J and S were in one of the hearts with an arrow through it.
Don't start that, Sadie.
How did she know what building I lived in, I thought to myself, let alone apartment number? I tore the letter to pieces and threw it away without a second thought. In hindsight, it was a stupid idea, but I wasn't anticipating what would happen next. The next day at work, Susan approached me and asked, "Did you get the present I left for you yesterday?" My only response was, "How did you find out where I lived?" "I used my admin credentials to access your test listing you created yesterday in training. I hope that's okay," she said, trying to act all shy and innocent. It's not. What is wrong with you? I swear to God, if you ever come to my house again, I won't hesitate to call the cops," I shouted back.
Oh, that boy ain't playing. I see his eyes. He
was livid. Not only was that a gross invasion of my privacy, she knew I had a girlfriend and had plans to propose soon. 2 weeks went by, and Susan would constantly come up while I was talking with Lily and Amy, insert herself into our conversation, and turn them into conversations about her and her boyfriend and all the kinky sex that they have now that the divorce papers were finalized. I'm not one to judge people's fetishes or sex lives, but I really don't care to hear about all the dirty details, especially at work. Not to mention, our conversations were...
Bro, it's funny how they eyes get like that, bro. Like, they be cracking me up, I'm so serious.
Nothing along the lines to begin with.
School.
We would talk about relationships, yeah, but the topic of sex never came up. Susan would constantly message me on Google Hangouts, as that is what we used to get in contact with each other on the production floor, as our phones were not allowed because we have access to our users' personal information. The address, last 4 digits of their credit card or bank account, depending on if they were a host or a guest. So that was our only method of communication while at work. She would send me messages like, "I'm sorry, please forgive me," and I just really like you and didn't know how to tell you. Can we just start over? I would ignore these messages, and I eventually ended up blocking her altogether since the messages became much more aggressive as time went on. Why don't you like me? Is it because I'm fat, isn't it? Why won't you answer me? I'd let you do anything you wanted to me. Just say the word, I'll come over.
What? Did she just say... Well, y'all heard that, bro? Hey, I just want y'all to just be there, bro.
What's your problem? Any guy would be lucky to have me. And the most disturbing of them all, I'll just tell them you raped me if you won't let me come over tonight.
What? Okay, this ain't funny no more, bro. Yeah, this ain't funny no more, y'all. This is not funny. I know we was laughing. Yeah, No, this ain't funny though, y'all. This ain't funny. This ain't funny no more. This ain't funny. It's not. It's not funny, y'all. If y'all see me looking up, I gotta make sure I'm making sure my live good, y'all. But this ain't funny though, y'all.
I blocked her after that and went to HR with my complaints. I told HR about her stalking and using her admin privileges to access my personal information. And at first, nothing happened. I was brushed off and was told the usual, oh, it's just a girl crush, she'll get over it. And, in a way, you should be flattered. After all...
Man, what type of response is that? You should be flattered. You telling me she saying I don't do nothing with her, she gonna tell people that I R-word her, and HR gonna say you should be flattered? Bro, what is wrong with human resources? After that, man, listen, bro. I'm filing a lawsuit, bro. There ain't no way, bro. That's the most dumbest thing you can say in that situation. You tell them you see the message, then you say, oh, it's just a girl. It's just a crush, man. You should be flattered. No, I shouldn't. She basically said she gonna tell people I R-word her. You know what I'm saying? If that happened, bro, if she would have went with that, he cook.
Guys can't be the victim of sexual harassment, right?
Hey, Meta, which one is this?
Ain't no way, bro. That's crazy right there, bro.
One more month goes by and I was actually promoted to Tier 2. Not really a promotion, they made me go, and I wasn't even getting paid more for the transition, even though it included much more responsibilities, such as mediation between hosts and guests involving their disputes. All four of us, Amy, Lily, and Susan, were all put on separate teams, thank God, but she would follow me to the drinking fountain and would just stand behind me, then go sit back down after I left. Wouldn't drink. Just stand. 2 weeks later, I get called into HR's office. I breathe a sigh of relief and think this is finally over. I was wrong. I've been told that Susan has filed charges of sexual assault against me, saying I tried to rape her in the bathroom. I was dumbfounded. I asked them what proof they had, and they said they don't need any, and her word is good enough. After all, why would someone lie about something like that, right? I'd have every reason to try to hide something like that, while Susan is brave for coming forward. I tried to leave, but security stopped me at the door. I pushed past them and said, I know for a fact that these rent-a-cops can't charge me for anything, so until that happens, I'll be at my desk. They let me go and I ran back to my desk, hoping that by blocking Susan on Hangouts, the messages weren't deleted as well. Thank God they weren't. I had been taking screenshots of everything she had sent me over the past 3 months, and 2 police officers showed up about 10 minutes later. As they were putting handcuffs on me, I shouted at them, "My computer screen! Look at my computer screen!" All eyes were on me. The 250 people on the production floor had stopped talking. Most of them put their customers on hold so they could see what was going on. One of the police officers sat down at my desk and started looking over the messages. After what seemed like an eternity, he gets up and says, "Let him go." They bring Susan over, and the same police officer looks her dead in the face and says, "I want the truth. Did this guy rape you?" She nodded her head, and the police officer replied, "Really? So care to explain this message you sent 2 months ago, stating that you were going to say he raped you if he didn't let you come over to his house?" She started crying, trying to say it wasn't true.
Oh my god, now she crying? Now she crying, bro? Man. Now she crying, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Now she crying, bro. Now she crying, bro.
And that I had been the one making sexual advances towards her, which she wasn't interested. Thank God the cop wasn't buying it. He said, "Young lady, we have all the evidence we need right here to disprove your claims. However, if you still insist that he raped you, we can investigate. Keep in mind that if it's found out that you were lying, you'll be in a lot more trouble than he is right now." She insisted that I raped her yesterday in the woman's bathroom, so I was officially arrested and brought in for questioning at the police station. They did a rape kit on her, and the cops asked for a DNA sample to compare it to the rape kit sample they took. I, of course, gave it to them and spent the next 2 days in jail. My family was notified, but I informed them that there was no point in spending the money on bail, as I knew I was innocent. On the 3rd day, I was released. No charges were being filed against me, as Susan admitted that she had made the whole thing up. I was asked if I wanted to press charges for the false accusation and try to get a defamation case against her.
Yes.
I declined and was happy that she had been fired and settled for a restraining order. My girlfriend ended up breaking up with me because of all this.
No!
Saying she could never trust me again, even though I was found innocent. I guess, on the bright side, I was able to return the ring and put the funds towards a new car. My lease ended a few months later, and I moved across town, got a new job, and pray every day that I never see her again. A few years ago, my partner and I moved from the East Coast to the Pacific Northwest. We didn't know anyone in the city. We just saved up a decent chunk of money and hopped on a plane. It was exciting, and we certainly haven't regretted it. The plan was to stay at hostels and cheap hotels until we could find work in an apartment. Finding work was actually quite easy for us. We had new jobs within a week of getting off the plane. Finding somewhere to live, though, was a nightmare. Everywhere we looked had incredibly steep requirements for credit scores and minimum household income. We tried more legitimate sites at first, but after 2 months of hopping around to different hostels and motels, we became desperate, so we decided to try Airbnb. Many of the listings we tried gave us just as much trouble at first. So one day, I'm desperately scouring Airbnb for temporary rooms, and I come across one that seemed a little weird. The poster said that he had a very large house in a nice neighborhood, and that he wanted to rent out a 500 square foot room for $600, and that he would be willing to let us stay there for an entire month, utilities included. In this city, that was suspiciously cheap. He also wrote it in a rambling sort of way. It was almost half an ad for a room, and half an open letter to everyone that had recently accused him of being creepy. Now obviously, if we weren't so desperate, we wouldn't have even considered contacting this man. But we thought that we might have been at risk for running out of money before we could get in somewhere at this rate, so we gave him a call. On the phone, he sounded relatively normal. He actually suggested that we meet up with him in a public place to talk about the room first. We agreed to meet him at a restaurant near the hostel we were staying at, though we didn't tell him which one, of course. He showed up late and looked surprised to actually see us there. He sat down and talked for a long time. I say he talked, rather than we talked, because he rambled non-stop about himself and how he felt persecuted by everyone in the city. He claimed to be an artist and a collector. In between him repeating himself many times about how the locals just don't understand his passions, he also told us the room he had advertised was currently filled with his collection. He never once said what he had collected, and that if things went well, he would have to hire people to move it into storage before we could move in. And at one point he stopped talking abruptly and ran to the restroom. We took this opportunity to discuss the situation. We knew at this point that he was probably a crazy person, but the threat of homelessness was looming, so we agreed that we should at least see the place and decide based on that. He came back to the table sweaty and flustered. We weren't sure why at the time, but we figured it out later. Before we could say anything, he blurted out, "I want to show you the apartment right now." We were surprised by this, but we had just discussed seeing it, so we agreed. I asked him to text me the address and that we would take public transportation to meet him there. He insisted that he drive us there since we didn't have a car. Now, we were obviously hesitant to get in his truck. It was obvious even to him, I think. But the previously mentioned desperation was still a thing, and we were pretty sure he wasn't going to try to hurt us. We were right, but it was still a bad decision in retrospect. So we crammed into the front seat of his tiny, rusty, ancient-looking pickup truck. My partner was pressed up against the door, and I was uncomfortably close to the driver as he continued his babble about how this city had gone downhill, and how everyone he used to hang out with shuns him these days. At one point I whispered to my partner to get ready for a possible tuck-and-roll situation. He saw me whispering but couldn't hear me over the wind roaring through the cab of the truck. One of the windows was broken out, really added to the vehicle's charms, and he said something about how we were romantic together and that he envied our youth.
This experience with...
I don't know what's going on, bro.
We arrived at his house minutes after. He had been technically honest up to this point. His neighborhood was decent looking, and his home was a pretty large one-story ranch house. I noted out loud that he had bars on all of his windows and several locks on his front door. He said that his collection was very valuable to him and that he was just protecting it from
I ain't gotta say nothing, bro. Several locks on the door. I only gotta say nothing.
thieves. Once he let us in, I made a point of urging him ahead so that he couldn't get a chance to lock the door behind us. We very quickly noticed three things: his art, his collection, and the smell. This man's method of art, of which he was very proud, was apparently to take lots of innocent childlike things, baby dolls, stuffed animals, ceramic figurines, children's toys, and attach dildos to them. One of the most notable pieces being the one he referred to as his unicorn. It was a ceramic horse figurine that he sloppily sawed the head off of and replaced with a baby doll's head and added a hand-sculpted clay penis as the horn. His collection consisted mainly of rubber, plastic, and latex clothing and gas masks. Both his collection and his art was everywhere. The place was so jam-packed with junk that every room had only a single file path going through it that you could walk without bumping into art or stepping on piles of fetish wear. This fellow was definitely not concerned about cleanliness. This place reeked of mildew and moldy rubber. The carpet looked as if it hadn't seen a vacuum since the 70s. As we passed through the kitchen, he declared that he loves cast iron pans because you don't have to wash them, just as we noticed that every countertop was cluttered with rusted pans that all looked to have decades worth of scorched food caked on. We stayed behind him, mostly silent as he stopped every now and then to point out his favorite art pieces and repeatedly tell us he was leading us to the room and that it was full of his favorite stuff right now, but that he'd get people to move it out for us. He said that like us moving in was a sure thing. He opened the door to the room and actually said, "Voila." I don't doubt that the room was around 500 square feet, but every inch of it was stuffed with clothing racks. The clothing racks were all packed with the same thing: shiny rubber, latex, and plastic pairs of pants with dildos sewn to the front of them.
What the, like, bro, why is he so obsessed with? I don't know if I ever said it on YouTube, but like, why is he obsessed with that though, bro? Like, am I tripping, y'all? Like, why is he obsessed with that? You got it on your pants too? Like, what is going on, bro? That's what I'm saying. Very zesty, bro.
Up to this point, we were doing
he one of them zest monsters, bro.
our best to avoid reacting to all the freaky stuff in this guy's home, because we were afraid he would snap on us if we did. But I started to notice after a while, though, that he was getting disappointed that we weren't reacting to anything. My guess is that he gets off on shocking people with his creepy pants, and that this wasn't going as well as he had hoped. We told him that the room looked big enough and that we'd like to go back to our hotel and think it over. He didn't have much of a reaction to that, but he agreed to drive us home. When he thought I wasn't looking, he took something out of his pocket and tossed it through the open doorway of a dark room on his way past it. I was afraid that it might have been his car keys, so I used the light of my phone to peek in as we passed that room. The whole room was a pile of tied-off used condoms, or sperm balloons as my partner called them later. We later speculated that he was masturbating at the restaurant and added a balloon to the pile before taking us back.
Yo, we going to the next story, bro. Hey, we going to the next story, man. We going to the next story. I don't want to watch no more, bro. I'm cool. We going to the next story, bro. I don't want to see. I don't want to hear it no more. Yeah, I'm cool. We going to the next story. We going to the next story. I don't want to hear no more, bro. I got y'all. I skip it, but I'm getting tired of hearing that, bro. This. I just got another ad. Why you got to say that? Got the bad with a friend, bro. But nah, yeah, I'm cool, bro. I don't want to hear no more.
My sister and I have never been on a holiday together, just the two of us. We went several times with our mom together. My parents are divorced, but my mother was the stressful kind of holiday planner. Cultural tours here, a day-long bus trip there, and back on the plane we are again. So we decided to book a 5-day trip to a place we'd never been to. The both of us never can stand being at a place for more than a week. It just gets boring and we are restless adventurers. We traveled with Airbnb for the first time, and the place was amazing. It was on the top floor of the building with a huge balcony from which you could look down on the intersection till the end of each street. One street led directly to the port. If you followed it down past tennis courts and some parking lots from hotels around a curve. My sister and I always went out for dinner. The seafood was great, and as the days passed, we explored further and further away from our apartment for new restaurants. On the last day, we found a place that served sea urchin, which was about 45 minutes away from home.
Sea urchin?
Greek people are so friendly. When you eat lunch or dinner, dessert is always free, and they set you up with raki, a very strong, and for me as an inexperienced drinker, painful, little brandy that packs a punch if you finish it quickly. This being the 5th day already, I couldn't stand drinking more than one shot glass, so I left the rest of the small bottle to my sister. She said it would be rude to leave a gift. She can also handle a lot more alcohol than me. We left the place stuffed and with satisfied thirst, walking along the port home to our place. The streets are always full of tourists, but only until the curve I mentioned before. Once you reach the tennis courts, there are about 200 meters up street to the intersection where our house is. What we didn't expect were that a group of gypsies set up their night camp on the parking lots in the light of the tennis court. If you are not aware of the situation, Greece is overall a landing port for refugees and gypsies, although we didn't see many of them around Heraklion. I felt uneasy because we were the only two girls in the street, besides the group of people getting ready to sleep. My sister was a little happy from the alcohol when I suddenly heard shuffling steps behind me. I could see the shadow of a skinny but tall man. I listened closely to his steps. He was still far enough away from me so that he couldn't suddenly grab me, but I felt very uneasy, as I was wearing high platforms and directing my sister in front of me. He starts picking up the pace, clearly trying to adjust his walking to our pace. "Hey, hi." I don't answer him. He comes up to my right. "Hi." I size him up, skinny but muscular. There is something wrong with his leg. His hip seems to be limping. Nope, not the kind of person I'd like to talk to in the middle of the night. My sister asks me, "Who is that?" I don't know, keep walking. He passes me and tries to speak to my sister, maybe thinking she would be easier to convince because she looks drunkish. He starts speaking in a foreign language, which we obviously don't speak. She sheepishly tells him, "What? English. We only speak English." I run up to my sister and pull her with me onto the street. "Don't talk to him, keep moving." That's when he tries to grab her by the arm and pull her back. I'm tense at this moment. With a face of "Don't you touch my sister," I step up to the guy and shove him with my hands in the chest and shout at him, "No!" Because of his limp, he stumbles backwards. I keep looking at him when I take the hand of my sister and walk faster. That's when he starts grinning. Finally we reach the intersection and run into the house. The front door is always open, so I hurriedly get my sister into the elevator into the 3rd floor. My sister is clearly shaken up from the guy trying to grab her, but rather angry than scared. We lock the door and leave the lights out. From the balcony we can see the guy walking into the entrance of our house, in and out for at least an hour before he finally left. For a little context, I am currently a senior in college and live off campus with my two best friends. This time of year, particularly around Thanksgiving, my friends try to help me stay busy as it is typically a difficult time for me. My mother left our family the week of Thanksgiving when I was 8 years old, and my dad passed away 5 years ago on November 22nd. So as I said, it's a pretty easy time of year to get myself down in the dumps if I don't stay active. Every year for the last 3 or 4 years, I have gone to one of my friends' houses to celebrate Thanksgiving with their families. But this past year I decided I wanted to just stay home and have a mellow long weekend. I figured I could catch up on work as well as my schoolwork, which was pretty far behind. My roommates and I didn't live particularly close to the university. We lived in a suburb about 15 to 20 minutes outside of the school. This was nice because we didn't ever have to host any parties. We could just attend them near campus and head back home afterwards. Anyways, there was one house on our street that didn't quite match the others. It wasn't that the house was worse than the others. But it had no landscaping and desperately needed a fresh coat of paint. My roommates and I knew the owner as he introduced himself when we moved in a few years back.
Okay.
His name is Jacob. He's about 5'6" and probably...
God damn, boy, Jacob, boy, I see Jacob hairline. Boy, y'all see his hairline? I'm tripping.
weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. Every time we've had an interaction with him, he's always very nice and polite. He even helped us fix our porch light when it broke last summer. He seems to be very cordial with everyone in the neighborhood and has helped numerous people with small handy jobs similar to the one I just mentioned. On the Wednesday night leading up to Thanksgiving, my two roommates went back to their families' houses in their hometowns. They both asked several times if I was 100% sure I wanted to spend Thanksgiving alone and that I'd be fine by myself. I honestly thought I would be, and thought perhaps enough time had passed that I could just focus on other things and not dwell on the past. I stocked up on Mountain Dew so I could stay awake after my assignments to play some PlayStation. At about 9 or 10 p.m., I went up to my room to throw on some sweatpants and grab the blanket for my bed. I glanced out my window and saw Jacob sitting on his front porch with the 2 porch lights on. I didn't think anything of it and went downstairs into the kitchen and made a peanut butter and fluff sandwich. I would say I was in the kitchen for
A peanut butter and what sandwich?
And made a peanut butter and fluff sandwich.
Fluff? What is that? Wait.
I didn't think anything of it and went downstairs into the kitchen and made a peanut butter and fluff sandwich.
Well, what is a peanut butter and fluff? Hold on. Let me see something, bro. What is a peanut butter and fluff sandwich? Man, bro, what? Bro, man, what? Nah. A peanut butter and fluff sandwich, commonly known as a fluffer nutter, is a sweet, nostalgic sandwich made with peanut butter and spreadable marshmallow cream.
I would say I was in the kitchen for probably about 5 minutes or so, finishing eating and doing a few dishes. When I finally sat down to play some games, I thought I heard something hit the front bay window, so I went to take a look. At first, I didn't see anything, but then noticed that Jacob had now turned the porch lights off and was standing on his front lawn, staring at the house with his head tilted like he was looking towards the windows upstairs. A little creeped out, I tried calling one of my friends who knew I was still in town to see if she wanted to meet up or stop over to hang out for a little bit. She didn't answer, so I sat on the couch for a couple of moments trying to figure out what to do. He was still standing there staring and seemingly moving a few feet closer to our property each time I looked. I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't call the cops. He hadn't done anything except freak me out a little, and to this point, he hadn't even stepped on my property. After another few minutes, I looked out the window again and saw Jacob now on our lawn looking at the corner of the house. At least that's what it looked like he was staring at. At this point, I wasn't sure what his intentions were, and I didn't want to find out. Perhaps I was blowing this out of proportion, but I was legitimately scared. I grabbed my keys and phone and a few other items, thinking I would just drive to campus. Maybe the library was still open, even though we were off for the holiday. I kept all the lights on so I didn't seem like I was leaving and decided I was going to sneak out the back door. As I quietly sneaked through the yard, I turned the corner to quickly get to my car, and there was Jacob, standing in our driveway. I asked him what he was doing in the driveway, and he put his finger over his mouth to make a shh noise. I slapped him as hard as I could and made a run for it past my car. My instincts and adrenaline told me to just run until I found someone or someplace else. As I got about a block or two down the road, I saw a bunch of cop cars pull up towards the area of my house. Confused, I began to go back towards my house, thinking perhaps another neighbor saw Jacob stalking outside of my house and called the police. As I approached the house, one of the officers asked my name and if this was my residence. I confirmed the information, and what I heard next is still the most horrifying and disturbing information I had ever received. The officer stated that Jacob reported that he was on his porch when he saw me from across the street. He saw me walk out of my upstairs bedroom, and as I walked away out of the room, he saw a man come out of my closet. Apparently that was why Jacob was looking into my room when I saw him the first time, and also why he was looking at the corner of the house. He was following the intruder who was now walking into my roommate's room. When I last saw him outside my house before I slapped him and ran in terror, Jacob stated that the random guy in my house had made it to the downstairs. Jacob was trying not to make any noise as not to alert the person inside, fearful he could be violent or dangerous. As soon as he saw the man in the house, Jacob called the authorities and did his best to try and defuse the situation and not bring any alarm to myself or the intruder. The person inside the house was arrested and taken away. He didn't have anything on him other than a knife, so it is unclear if he was attempting to rob the home or was planning something more sinister. Either way, I couldn't express to Jacob how much gratitude I had for what he did. He even tried apologizing for how he handled the situation, stating that there were probably things he could have done differently to make sure I was safe and aware of the situation. Unfortunately, this experience adds another mental scar to this time of year that will take a long time to get over. But one thing I can be sure of is that I will never spend a Thanksgiving holiday alone again.
Alright, do y'all want to watch? Do y'all want to watch? Okay, y'all. Valentine's Day, Psycho Neighbor, Discord, or True Scary Horror Stories. Actually, I don't want to watch that. I'll say that back. Alright, y'all. Valentine's Day, Discord, or Psycho Neighbors. Which one? Hey, yo, Brittany, what's good, Brittany? He said Discord. Y'all know what Discord? Discord. Okay, I guess it's Discord. Everybody's saying Discord. Alright, bet.
My son used to be very active on something called
This called 4 Discord Horror Stories Animated.
Discord, which, from what I understand, is a messaging app for people who play video games. It allowed him to talk to people from all over the world that play the same games as him. So at some point, he broke the news to us that he'd been talking to a girl over in the UK named Lori.
Okay.
She and he had become friends, playing some sort of pirate game, playing together most days and talking pretty much all the time when they weren't at their computers. And eventually, he just up and asked her if she wanted to be his girlfriend, and she says yes. It was definitely a new concept for someone like me who grew up at a time when cell phones weren't even a thing, but I understand that we live in the digital age where new methods of dating are coming to the fore, so I just tried to be happy for him, as any mom should when their kid gets their first girlfriend or boyfriend. Plus, with an entire ocean between them, it's not like I have to worry about them getting accidentally pregnant or something. However, one Sunday afternoon, my son emerges from his boy cave for what seemed like the first time in days, walks into the TV room where me and my husband are sat, and with a very concerned look on his face. We asked him what the matter was, and he just kind of shrugs, tells us everything is cool, and then just kind of wanders out again. So as you can imagine, me and my husband give each other a look as if to be like, what was that about? My husband gets up, follows our son into the living room before gently prodding him about anything that might be bothering him. From what he told me, our kid was just doing that typical boyish thing of pretending that everything was fine, but in a way that tells us that he's obviously upset about something. My husband then told me he asked after Lori, with our son responding in almost a visceral way of like, why are you always in my business, blah blah blah. He'd obviously touched on a sore subject, so our general conclusion was that he and Lori had broken up, and he just didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
We weren't about to press him on it, so we kind of just left him to it to get over and move on to someone new. But over the next month or so, our son seemed to get increasingly depressed. He'd spend more and more time up in his room, only ever coming out to go to school or eat dinner and then just retreating back to his little boy cave. Like I said, we figured this was because he'd split up with his internet girlfriend, but one time my husband was walking past his room and blatantly heard him talking to someone via his little voice chat Discord thing, addressing them as Babe and, at one point, Lori. So apparently they're still talking at that point, but we still assumed that they were having relationship issues, putting it down to the fact that they were like thousands of miles apart. I know long-distance relationships don't work at the best of times, even when people were just a few states away from each other. But these kids had an entire ocean separating them, so God knows how hard that must have been on them. Only, as we came to learn, that wasn't exactly the problem. It was something much, much darker.
Darker?
So as I said, our son seemed to be getting more and more depressed over the course of the month.
Yeah.
And it got so bad that at one point that me and my husband discussed getting him a therapist or something to nip the problem in the bud before it could morph into something less easy to deal with. But suddenly, out of apparently nowhere, he just perks up. One day he's looking better, feeling perkier, and is considerably more talkative. He actually seemed keener on spending more time with us too, which for a 16-year-old boy struck us as very unusual.
You said that I know these are real stories? Nah, I ain't know that. I ain't know that, Brittany. I really didn't know that. I'm so serious. Because earlier we heard a story that sounded like it came from a plot of Scream 7. I ain't know that really happened. I learned something new.
I mean, not that we were complaining. It was nice seeing him feeling better about things, and we put it down to him meeting a new girl or just shutting out Lori from his life. This kind of sunny behavior carries on for like a week or so until one Saturday, when after coming down for breakfast, we don't see or hear from him for the rest of the day. Late in the afternoon, my husband goes up into his room, knocks on the door, and asks our son if everything is okay. He comes back down into the TV room, tells me there was no reply after knocking, then asked me if I'd seen him leave the house at all during the day. I tell him no, that if he had gone over to a friend's house or whatever, that he certainly hadn't let me know. Then my husband just kind of shrugs, tells me he has a headache, then walks off to the downstairs bathroom to get an aspirin from the medicine cabinet. Next thing I know, I can hear him springing down the hallway and up the stairs, his feet like boom, boom, boom as he rushed up to our son's room. I'm super confused, like, what's going on, before walking out into the hallway. From where I'm standing, I can actually see into the downstairs bathroom, and what I see makes my blood run cold. We usually kept all our pain pills and other such medication in a little plastic first aid kit style thing. We kept that thing stuffed to the gills, and there it was, lying on the bathroom floor, almost completely empty. Then, like my husband before me, it hit me what had happened. So I sprint up to my son's room where I find my husband leaning over his bed, shaking him like, "Wake up! Can you hear me? Wake up!" There's a pool of puke sitting on the bed next to his head, and he's completely unconscious, and there are empty pill trays lying on the floor nearby. As soon as I walk in, my husband runs back downstairs to call 911, and I take over the shaking and the wailing, begging him to open his eyes. Now the only light in the room was coming from his computer monitor, so at one point I look over to it and see one of the most haunting things I've ever seen in my life. On the screen is a webcam of the Discord thing I mentioned, and it displays the body of a young girl that's just kind of dangling in midair. It took me a second to realize what I was looking at, but when I did, I almost screamed.
Hold on, no. Hold on, y'all. Class, hold on, class. But why y'all told me to pick Discord, bro? What the? Boy, I ain't want to see this at 2 in the morning, man. Yo, what? Bro, we only 5 minutes in.
House down. She was hanging from something. I tried not to look, I really did. I just tried to focus on my boy as his dad ran back upstairs with emergency services on his cell. I should have told him not to look, but I was just distraught. I could barely speak as he walks back into the room and starts describing our son's condition to the dispatcher on the other end of the line. He's frantically talking away.
Oh, y'all want me to skip? If y'all want me to skip, I will, y'all. If y'all want me to skip, I'll skip for real. Or y'all saying that the... If y'all want me to skip, I'll skip. Skip it? Okay. Man. Oh my goodness, man. I ain't gonna lie, I gotta laugh and keep myself from crying, man. Oh my goodness, bro. Bro, what you mean these stories are zooming Pete? This is not Pete. No, I don't want to see this, bro. Oh my goodness.
Serious dictation was...
I skip it right to it. Oh my goodness. I got you. I'm skipping it right now. I don't want to see. I'm with you. I don't want to see that, bro. Oh, he made it? He made it alive? Cool. But I'm still gonna skip it though. I don't want to see this though. Wait. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm kind of nosy, y'all. I'm kind of Scobie. Hold on, I'm kind of nosy, y'all. I'm kind of nosy. Hold on, chill. I'm kind of nosy, class. I'm sorry. I'm curious.
Stops talking.
I'm curious
At
what's
which
going
point
on.
he snaps out of his daze and carries on talking to the person on the other end.
I'm curious.
It was he that then had the same presence of mind to turn off the computer, all the while giving the EMTs their home address and begging them to arrive as quickly as possible.
At least you're allowed to.
Our son was taken to the hospital where he promptly has his stomach pumped. We stayed all night, waiting in the visitors area, and when a doctor finally approached us with an update on our son's condition,
Yeah, but the girl,
I found my heart racing as I prepared for the worst.
You right.
But thankfully, we'd gotten him to the hospital just in time, and the nurses were able to pump his stomach and administer the necessary medication to counteract the effects of the things he'd taken already. He survived. Barely, but the same couldn't be said for the girl on the computer screen, who we assumed was this Lori girl he'd been in the long-distance relationship with. When our son woke up and saw us in the hospital room, he burst into tears. He apologized over and over again, and we all just cried it out together. He then proceeded to spill his guts to us about what had happened.
Yeah, I need to hear.
And I honestly couldn't believe my ears.
What happened?
It turned out that they'd formed a kind of pact together just the week before.
A pact?
Right around the same time he seemed to have perked up and gotten out of the funk he was in. Apparently, that was what did it. That she and he had figured out a way to escape the pain they were suffering, and that the revelation had been some kind of boost to him, as morbidly insane as that sounds. We went ahead with booking him into therapy, and he's doing much, much better now. We don't monitor his online activities, as he figured he'd just find a way to subvert us, but we definitely don't allow him to have a computer in his bedroom anymore. And since then, me and my husband have made an effort to acquaint ourselves with the darker corners of the internet, and believe me, there are some days I wish I hadn't. Because my God, are there some horrendous things out there, things I wish I'd never seen, and that I'll never be able to get out of my head. I used to play a lot of
Alright, yo, I need a breather before you go to the next story, bro. I need a breather. Give me a breather, man. Boy, that threw my whole mood off, bro. Oh my goodness. All that could have been prevented if the parents would have just came in, bro.
Insurgency sandstormed with a fixed set of guys and a few girls, and we used to organize using a Discord server. People came and went as time went by, but there were a couple of us that actually stayed in touch quite frequently outside of just organizing gaming sessions and became pretty good friends.
Okay.
Insurgency, for those that haven't played it, is one of those hyper-realistic military shooters that tends to get really, really intense and occasionally downright terrifying when it's at its best. I'm not saying we had this proper Band of Brothers vibe going. I know it's only a video game, but like I said, a handful of us ended up being pretty good friends and bonding over the intense level of teamwork required to win rounds, not to mention the sweaty-palmed, adrenaline-fueled firefights. One of these was...
Is y'all part 2? I don't know, Brittany. The only thing I can think of, they probably just saying the girl was deceased on the scene, honestly. I don't know.
Was a lad named Colin.
Matter of fact, let me look in the comment section. Let me see if somebody said that. I'm trying to see what they're saying. I don't see nothing. I don't know. She might be gone, Brittany. Yeah, Brittany, I ain't gonna lie, Brittany, whoa, let me see. Yeah, she might be gone. I ain't gonna lie to you.
One day, Colin tells us that he wouldn't be playing Insurgency for a little while because he had taken a job teaching English as a foreign language out in Indonesia.
Okay.
He had wanted to do some traveling for a while, but just didn't have the money available to him, and getting qualified to teach English gave him an opportunity to see some more exotic areas of the world whilst getting paid for it. We were pretty gutted to hear the news.
Definitely.
He was one heck of a sniper, and many a time we'd been pinned down by some enemy machine gunner, only for the gunfire to stop suddenly, followed by a little laugh from Colin and a "have that" in his Scottish accent. We absolutely loved him for moments like that, but we were also...
Instead of spending hours...
Yo, this ad is long, bro.
really happy for him, and since he promised to stay in the Discord server, we'd be able to keep in touch and hear some stories of his adventures out in the tropics. So a few months go by, and we're enjoying hearing the stories of his travels, along with being updated with photos of him exploring some pretty remote parts of Indonesia.
Okay.
It was the photos of him with the school kids he was teaching that really made me smile, though. He looked like he was having the time of his life, especially when we saw some videos of him teaching the kids some pretty obscure English phrases. Not only that, but occasionally we'd hear some of the kids actually repeat the phrases back kind of in a Scottish accent, and the idea of a bunch of Indonesian kids learning to speak English with an Edinburgh accent was absolutely hilarious to us. I mean, imagine it. Some American wishing an Indonesia fellow good morning or something, only to hear, "You alright, pal? Who's it going?" In response, it still makes me chuckle, even now, to be honest.
That's so sweet.
Then, in September of 2018, I woke up to the news that there had been an earthquake in the sea just off the coast of Indonesia, causing an earthquake that had resulted in a massive tsunami that had destroyed huge sections of the country. Immediately, I thought of Colin. I jumped onto Discord.
Earthquake and a tsunami? Dang, both?
Using the app on my phone, and sent him a message asking him if everything was alright and hoping he'd not been caught up in the tsunami. Obviously, there was a huge 7 or 8 hour time difference between the UK and Southeast Asia, and occasionally Colin didn't reply for hours, so the fact that he didn't immediately reply wasn't a massive concern to me. But he didn't reply all that day, to the point where I started expressing concerns to some of the other lads in the server, sharing the news of the tsunami with them and mentioning that I was worried Colin had been caught up in it. We knew from the news stories about which areas of Indonesia had been affected, but we didn't know exactly where Colin was, only that he was in some remote areas and didn't always have immediate access to Wi-Fi, another reason for us to not immediately worry. But he didn't reply the next day either, or the day after that, and it got to the point where a week had gone by and we'd heard nothing back from him.
What?
No one had seen Colin, even online, since we got news of the tsunami. That's when we really started to worry, and as the days went by, we got more and more frightened that something had happened to him. It's around then that I started going back through some of the messages he'd been sending over the previous month or so. He'd been all over Indonesia, and had spent his first few weeks in the capital city of Jakarta, which had remained relatively unaffected by the earthquake and subsequent tsunami. But then I found out that he'd traveled to a place called Palu to teach English there, and as far as I could tell, that's where he'd been at the time of the disaster when it struck. I then cross-referenced the name of the place with any stories about the tsunami, and found out that it had been one of the worst affected by a destructive tidal wave that apparently reached 23 feet in height. 23 feet of rushing water that had destroyed pretty much everything in its path, and
23. Bro, do y'all know how high 23? Hold on, let me see something. Hold on, y'all. Bro, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I want y'all to look how. Okay, let me not go to images, bro. Y'all know how Google be. Y'all, look at this, bro. I don't know if y'all can see it. Y'all, look at this, bro. Just look at this. Bro, look at this. Do y'all see how tall this is, bro? Bro, do y'all see how tall this is? Yo, do y'all see how tall this is? I gotta scroll down a little bit. Do y'all see how tall this is, bro? This is... Nah. Nah.
Caused the deaths of over 15,000 people.
15,000?
In all likelihood, Colin had been one of them. We were devastated. But the worst part is, even to this day, we still have not had any closure about it. We knew Colin quite well, but he kept his online and personal life pretty separate. We never knew his last name or the names of any of his family, so it's not like we could get in touch with them to find out if he really had died or not, or to see about any funeral arrangements if he had indeed perished during the tsunami. But I think the fact that even now his Discord account lies inactive is evidence of the fact that he did actually lose his life out there. Maybe he's okay, and he just never bothered to get back on Discord. Maybe his close encounter with death made him realize that video games were just a waste of time or something. But I think that's just wishful thinking on my part. In my heart of hearts, I know he's probably dead. I just hope he's at peace now, and whatever family he had are okay. Rest in peace, Colin. We still miss you.
People keep asking.
I ain't expect to hear that, bro. Back-to-back stories, bro.
So a few years ago, I matched with a girl on Tinder who I ended up having some serious chemistry with.
How y'all feel about these two stories, bro? Oh my goodness, bro. How y'all feel about these two stories so far, man? Oh my goodness, man. I don't know, bro. Pretty sad, heartbreaking, sad. The best so far, but Stalker, you something. Well, you something else, bro.
We go for coffee. Coffee ended up being drinks. Drinks ended up with sparks flying, and then boom, we're in the middle of this whirlwind romance. We're texting all the time whenever we're not just spending days at each other's apartments, fantasizing about taking vacations together. All the stuff two young people
I appreciate y'all for the compliments, man. Best friend, stop. Y'all trying to make me blessed.
do when they got that new relationship energy going. But then one day, right when I think things couldn't get any more perfect, she sits me down with the obvious intention of having a pretty serious talk. I figured it was like a breakup type thing, so I braced myself for the worst. Only it's not quite as bad as I feared. It was just, well, weird. She tells me she's poly. At the time I had no idea what that meant, so I just sort of stared back at her with this confused look on my face, prompting her to explain that poly is short for polyamorous. For those that aren't entirely savvy with the term, it's basically a fancy word for when someone practices open relationships. The girl says she can commit to me, but that she'd have to be free to see other people, albeit in a less serious capacity. Being young, dumb, and totally besotted with her, I agreed to it, and it ended up being the worst decision I'd ever made. I started off by telling her she could do what she wanted, but only as long as she didn't tell me about any of it. She agrees to this, but as the weeks went by, I did start to get a little jealous. She sought to remedy this by introducing me to the app that she'd used to find other polyamorous types to hook up with, a little thing called Discord. Now, apparently it's primarily used for communicating in video games, but I learned that people use Discord for all types of weird stuff, including hookups. The girl tells me I'm welcome to join the server she was a part of and look for someone who was open to something casual. Fair's fair, I thought, so I did. I made an account and got her to invite me to a little server that was innocuously called The Farm, despite having absolutely nothing to do with anything remotely agricultural. So upon joining, the girl introduces me as her partner and gets a few of the members to walk me through all the various channels and such. They were actually pretty nice, talking me through some of the elements of polyamory and waxing lyrical about how nice the girl I was seeing was, which, I don't know, kind of warmed me up to the whole idea. I get talking to another girl on there, we vibe a little, but I can't see anything happening with her. I basically just did it to make the girl I was seeing happy, which apparently it really did. I gained myself a lot of brownie points from it. So all is well that ends well, right? Nope. About a week into being on the Discord server, I get a message from someone at first I assumed was a girl. We swap greetings and make a little small talk.
No girl.
Then I get a picture message coming through. It turns out this was not a girl at all. It was a dude, and the picture was the only thing I really didn't want to see.
I don't want to see that, bro.
Worst possible.
I don't want
He
to see
thought
that.
ignored it, and eventually I've been talking to him for a while.
Yo, I don't want to see that, bro. What we got going on, bro? Yo, I don't want to see that, nigga. He put a naked animated person 30 seconds. That's like 5 frames, bro. I don't want to see that, gang. Like, bro, I don't want to see that, bro.
How he's normally perfectly nice and polite, and then I'm making a big deal out of nothing, claiming I'm just being jealous, etc. I tell her I'm super uncomfortable with the idea of a 3-way hookup, how I want nothing to do with it, but again, that she's welcome to do whatever she wants, just as long as I don't have to hear about it. Drama smoothed over, and I think that's the end of it. Only it's not. Not by a long shot. Cut to like a month later, things are still basically going strong with the girl, and I'm out doing some grocery shopping when I notice something.
Bro, what's up with everybody being shaped like an ice cream cone, bro? What's going on? Hold on, look, y'all, what? Bro, why all they characters shaped like this, bro? Y'all serious? Everybody shaped like an ice cream cone. They legs skinny and they upper body is big. But they have to be uncomfortable, bro. Am I tripping? Every single animated horror story we watch, they all built like this. Like why they keep drawing them like this, bro? Bro, I'm pretty sure there's nobody built like this in real life, bro. That's I'm so confused why they keep making people build like this, bro. Am I tripping?
They're still basically going strong with the girl, and I'm out doing some grocery shopping when I notice something that catches my eye. It was one of those things that you just don't really pay attention to unless it happens. Like, it's hard to describe. Pretty much every single person who walks into a grocery store either grabs a cart or a basket, right? And people just running in to grab 1 or 2 items are in and out in like a minute. So I remember seeing this one dude just kind of walking up and down the aisles with nothing in his hands and thinking like, what the heck is this guy doing here? But he's not doing anything too weird, so I just sort of move on. Only time and time again, I'm in an aisle grabbing things off of shelves, and I see him just kind of idling, and a few times we make eye contact. Nothing too creepy, just like a casual glance, but this happened over and over again, to the point where I was like, is this dude following me? Anyway, I get my shopping done, walk back to my apartment, and forget all about it. A few hours later, and I'm sitting in my apartment alone, just chilling and nursing some big food baby from a local Chinese place I got delivery from. I hear footsteps on the stairs outside my apartment. Heavy ones. Nothing unusual as such, but then the front door to the apartment just goes boom, shaking from some heavy impact on the other side. At first I thought it was a neighbor or something, so I shout out like, "What are you doing, dude?" But there's no reply. Just another loud bang against the door. They're not trying to get my attention. They're trying to break in. And I just about jump out of my skin, just like instinctively grabbing my phone to dial 911 while I run in my bedroom, kneeling down to the safe under my bed which has my .40 caliber in it. I tell the dispatcher what's going on. She then says the cops are on their way, but I have no idea how much time I've got, so I run back into the hallway with my pistol locked and loaded, aiming at the door and shouting that cops are on their way. But this does nothing to deter whoever...
You said skinwalker of death? I don't know. That's hard. I can't be.
on the other side. They just keep slamming against the front door, and each time it seems like the door is closer and closer to just giving way. Only when I'm like, I got a 40 here, buddy, don't make me do it, does the banging stop. And this is like perfectly timed to hear approaching sirens too. I then hear more heavy footsteps on the stairs outside, and then all is quiet.
This experience with...
Yeah, y'all excited he about to
A short time later, I'm giving my statement to the cops that arrive. I have my phone in my hand and I see a notification come up from the girl that I'm seeing that just says, "I'm sorry." I wait until the cops leave to call her to be like, "Why are you sorry? Is this us breaking up or whatever?" And when she answers, she's in tears. Through her sobbing, she tells me something that makes my jaw drop. And here's basically a summation of what she said. She's been hooking up with the guy who'd sent me the unwanted picture, who had apparently gotten super weird once he was in her apartment, telling her she needed to break up with me because he wanted her as his main partner.
She hook up with him? Oh my goodness, bro. She hook up with him? I ain't gonna say nothing, bro.
He went off about how I wasn't down with polyamory, how I wasn't good for her, blah blah blah. And when he's gotten aggressive about it, she'd kicked him out and told him not to contact her again. This guy is from a city on the other side of the state, and my girl figured that he'd just drive back home. Only he doesn't. And apparently he'd gleaned enough information about me from her, maybe even gone through her phone to get a look at some pictures of me to be able to actually track me down. And that's when it hits me. It was him in the grocery store, who had then followed me back to my apartment, waited until it was dark, then tried to break in to do God knows what. Confront me, beat me up, kill me, God only knows. Now this polyamory stuff wasn't just making me jealous, it was putting me in actual freaking danger. If that guy had only been a little more patient, waited for me to go outside to take the trash out, anything like that, I legit might not be around to type this experience out. And that scared the life out of me, as I imagine it would any of you. Me and the girl broke up shortly afterward.
Cool.
It was kind of sad, sure, but the whole experience had totally soured the relationship way beyond any kind of repair. We never talked again after that, but not before I told her to tell that creepy SOB that we'd broken up, that I wanted nothing to do with any of that anymore, and to leave me alone, or he'd be going back to his hometown in a wooden box. Now just hearing or reading the word Discord leaves a bad taste in my mouth, as I know the kind of creeps that are out there, using the internet for far worse than just some innocent kink stuff. A few years ago, I was part of a True Scary Stories server on Discord. It was a place where people would share their own personal stories of scary or spooky things that happened to them in their lives, and for a while it was honestly a lot of fun. Sure, a lot of the stories sounded made up and generally involved stuff like I saw a shadow figure at the end of my bed and other stuff that sounded like they were lifted straight out of a bad horror movie. But every so often someone would share a story that didn't have a hint of the supernatural in it, something that was actually believable, and occasionally these stories were genuinely terrifying. I've read a lot of seriously spine-chilling stuff on that server, but a lot of it I've forgotten over the years, probably because although they were creepy, they just weren't disturbing enough to actually stick with me. But there was one story in particular that I've never forgotten, because it's genuinely made me shudder to read. I hope the user in question doesn't mind if I share their story, and if they happen to read this, I'd like to think that they could let me know in the comments and maybe correct anything I got wrong, because I'm telling this from memory. But anyway, here goes. The poster began their story by assuring us that their story wasn't just some fabrication, and although they were pretty young when it happened, just thinking or writing about it as an adult was a pretty stressful experience for them. They went on to explain that their early years were marred by tragedy, how their dad had died when they were real young from a drug overdose, so they were raised by a single mom living in a small apartment just down the street from their grandma's place. Mom did some dating, though, obviously trying to do the right thing and find them a stepdad to give them some kind of father figure in their life. The incident in question happened while she was out on a date. Usually speaking, their grandma would babysit for them anytime Mom needed to go do anything that meant she couldn't bring them along. But on the night of her date, the grandma was working, so although it wasn't ideal, 9 or 10-year-old storyteller was left unsupervised in their mom's ground floor apartment. Sounds kinda irresponsible at first, but the story...
But listen, before we get to the story, alright? What age will y'all leave y'all kids home by yourself? Y'all just type any age. What age will y'all leave y'all kids home by yourself? Let me know. What age y'all do? Never 17, 13, 15, 12, 13. Depends if they're mature or not. Okay, I was just curious. They get better.
Storyteller was quick to reassure them.
But probably 14. Y'all don't think 9 and 10 is a little too young, though? I think 9 and 10 is a little too young. I feel like, I low-key feel like 9 and 10 is a little too young. What y'all think? Maybe I'm reaching. I think 9 and 10 is very young, bro.
Members of the server that this was back when Yu-Gi-Oh was popular. As long as they had their cards and a box set of cartoons to keep them occupied, being left alone for like an hour or two certainly wasn't an issue for them. It's not like they were going to wander out of the apartment or get up to any mischief while their precious Yu-Gi-Oh was keeping them busy. But at some point during the evening, they're sitting there playing with their cards and watching TV when they heard a tapping on the window. Remember, they lived in the ground floor apartment, so pretty much anyone could have just walked up and started tapping on the glass. No climbing or levitating or any of that stuff was involved, so there was nothing inherently worrying or creepy about someone knocking on the glass. The storyteller then gets up, walking towards the window before drawing back the curtains, only to reveal the face of a complete stranger. Not their grandfather, not their uncle, but a complete and utter stranger. Surprised and confused, they back off from the window.
Alright, Brittany. I appreciate you for stopping by.
Letting the curtain slide back into place before this horrendous crash sounds. Broken glass tumbles onto the carpet at the foot of the curtains, before another smash sends more glittering shards onto the floor in front of them.
They broke the glass?
At that point, they said they just tossed their Yu-Gi-Oh cards onto the floor and bailed,
what the freak?
rushing out of the back door of the apartment and over to a neighbor's house.
They gone.
The door in
I
a
like
state
that.
of
They
abject
gone.
terror as they looked over their shoulder every so often to ensure the mysterious predator wasn't hot in pursuit. But thankfully, the neighbor answers the door, lets our storyteller in, before taking the time to calm them down to get the full story out of them. Naturally, they called the cops immediately, who rushed over since they were given the description of a home invasion in progress. The neighbor then gets in touch with the storyteller's mom to let them know the awful news, who immediately rushes home to comfort their terrified son. Then after that, both the neighbor and storyteller's mom accompany them back to the apartment, where the cops are still searching the property and surrounding area for any sign of the attempted intruder. Apparently, one of the cops approaches the mom at this point and shows her something in a clear plastic evidence bag. Mom stares at it, turns pale, then kneels down and hugs our storyteller tight, fighting to hold back tears as the neighbor guy is just like, my God. They both ended up staying at the grandma's place for like a week after while the window was repaired. And if that seemed like a bizarre amount of time to fix a window and that something else might be behind them staying away from the apartment for a while, you'd be right in thinking that. Our storyteller had their suspicions for a little while, but they were too young to really understand the implications of what had happened. The kind of danger they'd been in wasn't clear until many years later, when their mom explained to them just what happened that evening. You see, it wasn't just the window that was being replaced. The entire apartment was being fitted with new, incredibly sturdy locks, CCTV cameras, just about everything short of a panic room, all being paid for by Grandma and Grandpa. The whole family was absolutely terrified, and it was all down to the piece of evidence that the cops showed to the mom that night, the little thing in the clear plastic evidence baggie that made her turn ashen and squeeze our storyteller in a big, trembling bear hug. What was in that plastic bag was a photograph. A photograph of a young boy curled up in bed, sleeping soundly, and that boy was our storyteller. The mom told a much older storyteller that the photo couldn't have been taken long before the attempted break-in. Something about the sheets on the bed being fairly new or something. I can't quite remember. Or maybe it was a new haircut storyteller had gotten. But either way, it was some detail in there that made it clear that the attempted intruder had broken into the apartment somehow, maybe only a week prior, and taken a photograph of our storyteller while they slept. I can only imagine they had done so to several other children too, making a little catalog of potential victims, perusing them for hours on end before finally deciding on one they'd like the most. I think that's what made my blood run cold back when I read their story. The idea that the intruder had taken this perverse liking to them, one that was strong enough for them to be unable to resist their urges, or whatever kind of sick, twisted desires had them smashing that window in that evening. The family only felt safe again when they heard the news that the creeper, whose M.O. was eerily similar to their own experiences, was caught by police and jailed after being extradited to another state. But they kept the whole thing a secret from our storyteller until he was in his late teenage years. There was no more details after that. There wasn't any grand conclusion, just that it was something that had haunted him for years. I never read anything as horrifying as that on that Discord server. It made everything else seem tame in comparison, and I stopped reading shortly afterward. It's weird how we seek out scary stories sometimes, just to give ourselves a little thrill, but end up being genuinely traumatized, not by the spoopy skeleton stories, but by things that we know could have easily happened, for real.
Nah, that's crazy right there, bro. What is that? Alright, y'all, let's see. Y'all, I have... Okay, y'all, so I have Dark Web, Home Intruder. I'm trying to get the ones that look good. So y'all got Dark Web, Home Intruder, Starbucks. Anything about Dark Web? Yeah. I'm with you. I ain't gonna watch no Dark Web. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't watching no Dark Web. I'm not. Yeah. Actually, that's just a note that I said. I'm not watching no Dark Web. Starbucks.
I never hit.
Yeah, I ain't watching no Dark Web. Nah, we learn our lesson. I'm not
Work at a Starbucks here in Cardiff, and I've got to be honest, it's one of the better jobs I've ever had. The manager was brilliant, the other staff were nice and looked out for each other, so for a minimum-ish wage job, it was about as good as it gets. The only bad shifts to work were the first halves of Monday and Tuesday mornings, as the pre-work rush meant people were often at their absolute worst. I mean, don't get me wrong, people could be complete jerks at other times of the day or week, but the highest concentration of them was Monday and Tuesday mornings, without a shadow of a doubt. But rude customers aren't scary. Annoying and frustrating, yes. Chillingly cruel and calculating, not as much. Which is why this particular incident has stayed with me for so long, and I always seem to use it as my personal point of reference for how terrible human beings can be to each other. So, it's a Monday morning, and we're just coming to the end of the rush at around 9 a.m. 30 minutes more and the caffeine fiends will start to thin out, and we can get some coffee and make a smoke break of our own. I heard her before I saw her. Like, she was only just trying to get a handle on what had been pure harpy screeches just moments before. Some woman was on her phone, ranting away and not looking where she was going as she tries to find the back of the queue. In doing so, she cuts off this other bloke who politely informs her that she's queue jumping. I don't know if she actually didn't hear him or was just tactically ignoring him, but either way, this bloke has to tap her on the shoulder before saying, "Excuse me, believe I was ahead of you." The woman just shrugs this off at first, giving the guy a gesture like, "I'm too busy to listen to you." I remember the look of anger on the guy's face as she gently but firmly grabs the strap of her handbag and tugs her out of the queue before taking her place. I'm a bit torn about the whole thing. Like, yeah, it was righteous, but laying hands on someone, I feel like there could have been a better way to resolve the issue, but it wasn't like the guy had picked her up and thrown her, and due to the size difference, that was definitely a possibility. Anyway, she reacts like this had been the case, like him actually standing up to her was some horrific incident of assault, and starts demanding someone call the police, even though she herself was on the phone and simply refused to hang up. A couple of staff members and customers managed to calm the situation down, and we get the guy his coffee before one of my colleagues serves the angry woman. I didn't serve her, but when she got her order, she turns to be like, excuse me, this coffee isn't as hot as I asked for.
I don't like customers like that, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't like customers like that, yo. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I already see where this is going. I don't like customers like that.
No, I know better than to just argue with customers, and especially absolute whoppers like her. So I do as I'm asked and heat the coffee up a little bit more for her. I hand it back. She dips a finger in it and once again tells me, this coffee isn't hot enough. Now bearing in mind, she just watched me run some steam through it, but again, I do as I'm asked and give her back some literally steaming hot coffee that she proceeds to absolutely overload with sugar. No wonder she was in such a stinking mood. Her entire life was probably one big sugar crash, hence why she was such an unbearable person to be around.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but little did I realize, that coffee wasn't for her. And on her way out of the store, she took the lid off of her scalding hot syrupy coffee and threw it in the guy's face as he sat reading his newspaper. God, the sound of that guy screaming was absolutely horrific. Like I didn't actually see the woman throw her coffee in the guy's face, so I thought someone had broken a leg or something. That's the only time I've heard someone scream in pain like that. When my old skating buddy absolutely shattered his leg on this visit to a Bristol skate park one year. But what followed in the coffee shop was pure chaos. People were pouring bottles of water onto this guy's face, ambulance staff and police turning up. I think the woman legged it as soon as she threw the coffee because, to my knowledge, no one was arrested, but the guy who had the coffee thrown on him suffered life-changing injuries. From what another colleague told me, the gross amount of sugar in the coffee meant that some of it actually stuck to his face like a kind of molten hot glue. He'd been left with terrible scarring for the rest of his life, and all because he stood up to some absolute monster in the queue that morning. That's what I find really scary. That some people out there are so unhinged that a seemingly normal interaction with them could end up with you suffering injuries you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. Just one moment of misjudgment, one little enough is enough moment, and boom, you're going to look at a very different version of yourself in the mirror for the rest of your natural life. For the past few years or so, I've lived here in Redwood City, California. Back in 2008, some of you might remember that a Philadelphia branch of Starbucks asked two African Americans to leave because they hadn't bought anything. They were accused of racism, there was a whole bunch of fallout from it, and in the end, Starbucks announced that it would no longer ask anyone to leave their stores as long as they weren't causing a disturbance. From what I heard, this prompted a bunch of trouble with homeless people hanging around Starbucks outlets and generally making a nuisance of themselves, but I can't really speak to that because the only homeless guy that ever showed up in my local Starbucks was Steve. Steve was about as far from the stereotypical idea of a homeless person as you can imagine. I remember seeing him in relatively clean clothes, tapping away on a smartphone that was charging from a nearby power outlet and not giving him a second glance. I walked in, got my coffee, and carried on my way to work. The next morning, Steve is there again, paper in front of him, tapping away on his smartphone. Only this time, as I'm in line waiting to give my order, I see him reaching for a grubby-looking backpack that seemed to contain all of his worldly possessions. It dawned on me that he didn't have a coffee in front of him, and when I thought about it, he didn't have one that day before either. And that's when I realized that Steve was in fact homeless. And it was then that I actually noticed how tired he looked, how the skin of his face was stretched around his eye sockets like he'd skipped one too many meals in his time. Steve was obviously taking advantage of Starbucks' new policy in order to get indoors and charge his phone, and although he was technically taking up the space of a paying customer, none who got an inkling of his living situation ever seemed to complain. This was until one day when Steve got himself into some kind of confrontation with a customer.
Dang, Steve.
I think maybe one of his bag straps was lying in the way of someone because I only looked up in time after hearing someone apologize. This big guy in a bad suit scoffed as he sat down close by, shaking his head. "Shouldn't even be here," the big guy said. I thought it was quite an obnoxious comment, but I'm far too much of an introvert to say anything about it. Steve tried to apologize again, but the guy started going off on him, telling him he shouldn't be there if he wasn't a paying customer. And in a display of kindness that'll stay with me for the rest of my life, the guy at the head of the line bought Steve a coffee and a red berry cheese Danish. There, now he has something, so mind your business. It wasn't one of those, and then everyone clapped, moments. It was still incredibly awkward since no one wanted to get into a shouting match at that time in the morning, especially not me. So after the fat guy was shamed into silence, he just sort of wrapped his double-smoked bacon and walked out, avoiding eye contact as he went. That's when I found out his name was Steve, and every morning after, if Steve was in the Starbucks, I'd always say hi and asked if he wanted a coffee or a red berry cheese. Some mornings he'd accept, some he'd decline, and I came to learn that he used the charger and the free Wi-Fi to look for a job. He wasn't a drug addict, he wasn't an alcoholic, he'd just fallen on hard times after a nervous breakdown and was slowly building himself back up and putting his life back together. Learning that is how me and a handful of other Starbucks regulars developed a great deal of affection for Steve after a while, but our regular cheery encounters with him somehow made it easier to forget that he slept under Redwood Junction every night, and I guess assuring ourselves that Steve would be okay meant we could just walk away and not worry about it. Because one Monday morning when I walked into the Starbucks and saw Steve's seat empty, I automatically assumed it was good news. Maybe he'd found a place to stay, or maybe he'd struck gold in his job search, and I found myself asking the barista if they'd heard anything from Steve over the weekend. To my absolute delight, he told me Steve had an interview at a local car wash. He wasn't sure exactly what day, he just knew that Steve had made the announcement the previous afternoon before departing the store. So, that was the end of seeing Steve on my morning Starbucks runs. I hoped that he might show up again, buying his own coffee, looking healthier and happier, but he didn't, and I guess that was just fine. But at the same time, I'd have been lying if I said I didn't kind of miss him. Like I might have mentioned, I'm a card-carrying introvert, but I do enjoy a sense of community. I still enjoy the comfort of familiar faces, so anyone who makes me comfortable enough to come out of my shell, I appreciate that more than I think I can even describe.
Wait, did I?
So after a few weeks of not seeing Steve at all, I decided to take a walk down to some of the local car washes to see if I could spot Steve. First place I asked hadn't heard of him, neither had the second place. But the third car wash I tried said that they were hoping I was the one who could give them answers. You see, the third place I tried was indeed the same place Steve had an interview scheduled, but it was an interview he hadn't shown up for. I asked if he'd called ahead to cancel or anything, and the car wash boss said no, and that he just ghosted. And that's when I really started to worry. My concern for Steve's well-being grew to the point where I began to entertain the idea of going down to the Redwood Junction to look for him. I hope I don't sound too prejudiced when I say I found it an intimidating prospect. Like, as much as I appreciate that a lot of homeless people are just like Steve, good people who've fallen on hard times, I know that there are some people in the streets who are so broken that they do actually pose a danger to the general public. But as I said, my concern grew and grew until I didn't give good care if the sight of homeless people camp would upset my delicate sensibilities. A man's life was at stake. I needed to act. I wasn't sure I'd be able to live with myself otherwise. That was how I ended up cycling down to the junction one Saturday afternoon, where I began nervously giving descriptions of Steve and asking if people had seen him. People mostly shook their heads at me, looking at me like I'd grown an extra nose or something. I guess having visitors to the camp wasn't exactly a common occurrence. Time and time again, I was met with the same response. A shrug, a shake of the head, complete indifference. At least until I spoke to one much older guy who wore a Vietnam veteran baseball cap and a grimy old fatigue jacket. This guy seemed a little bit more with it than some of the other homeless folks, and although he had a distinct smell of marijuana about him, he was lucid enough to get a straight answer from. After confirming we were talking about the same Steve, this vet told me that he knew him well, but that he hadn't been around the junction in a few days. When I pressed him for where Steve might have gone, the vet shrugged, but told me Steve had left behind a bunch of his belongings. According to him, this could be a good thing just as much as a bad thing. When some homeless folks find a way off the street, either moving back in with family or getting a place in a program somewhere, they leave behind all their stuff. Some just don't need it anymore. A tent and a sleeping bag are useless when you have a room and a bed, but others find that the stuff they had on the street just reminds them of a time they'd rather just forget about. But sometimes, leaving all their stuff behind meant something bad had happened. I could see the worry just etched into the vet's face, and he seemed to be racking his brain for a moment before an idea struck him. He mentioned that Steve used to bring food to a girl who stayed on the other side of the camp, and that maybe she'd know where he was. Up until talking to that girl, my time at the camp had been unexpectedly uplifting. Sure, seeing people living like that was upsetting, but seeing how nice some of them were, how they hadn't let their hardships break them down, seeing them purely as the human beings they are, I have to say, it was quite cathartic. Yet the visit to the girl's tent was the point at which the trip became more terrifying than I ever imagined it could be. As we approached the girl's tent, the vet greeted someone nearby and asked if a person called Mouse was home. They nodded, but added that she wasn't doing too good. I wasn't sure what they meant by that, but on seeing this mouse girl curled up in a fetal position in her tent, I was almost certain it was drug-related. The vet gently shook the girl awake, and I'm pretty sure she was high from the way she lazily opened her eyes and how out of it she seemed. But then as soon as the guy mentioned Steve's name, the girl shoots wide open, and she gives him this terrified look before saying, I told him not to go. I told him not to, but he didn't listen. Now he's gone. The vet asks her where. Where did she tell Steve not to go? She replies with, the cemetery, before bursting into tears. The last question we could get her to answer was what happened at the cemetery for Steve to be gone. She replied with, it took him. It. Not he or they. It. Hearing that word used like that caused this sinking feeling in my stomach. Not so much because of what it entailed, but because this girl was so messed up over what happened, and that obviously meant bad news for Steve. Before leaving the camp, I asked the vet what cemetery Mouse could have been talking about. I had my own idea of which one she was referring to. I just wanted to see if he had the same answer, and he did. He'd said he'd bet his last dime that she was talking about the historic Union Cemetery on Woodside Road. And I agreed, because the historic Union Cemetery is right across the street from the hand car wash where Steve was scheduled to have.
How did it get so big?
I took all this information to the police, telling them I was a friend of Steve's before I had them file a missing persons report. I made sure to record the reference number I was giving, as I'd be able to use it to get in touch with whatever detectives would eventually be assigned to the case, I assumed. I tried all throughout that next week to get the relevant cops on the phone, but it seemed to take forever before the case was properly assigned. In the meantime, I thought I'd take a ride down to the cemetery to see if anything caught my eye. I don't really know what I was planning on doing. It's not like I knew anything about being a detective, but at the same time, I couldn't just sit on my butt and do nothing. So, for those of you that don't know, Redwood City's historic Union Cemetery isn't really a cemetery. It did actually function as one until about 1919 or so, but after that it basically became a kind.
Hey, brother, who you telling after the video? I'm going to sleep too. I'm low key. I'm trying to sell too.
Memorial. From what I can remember, some Civil War soldiers are buried there along with a few famous pioneers, so it's more for tourists and sightseers than grieving families or funeral processions. While walking up and down the gravel paths and checking out the old graves, it occurred to me that when the girl said, like, Steve is in the cemetery, it might have been her way of telling us that he was dead. There was every chance we just totally misinterpreted that, and I was in that cemetery on a complete fool's errand, wasting my time looking for something I wouldn't find. And if that's the case, what I found and saw next is completely irrelevant, and is naturally to be disregarded. But, and a big but here, if it is connected to the Steve disappearance, it raises questions that honestly don't bear thinking about. So, as I said, I'm walking down this gravel path, and a handful of people I see are just all checking out the statues, taking pictures, and all that other stuff. Only, I see this one guy, all by his lonesome, and he's walking with purpose, with a plastic bag in his hand. When I say walking with purpose, I mean like he wasn't there just to hang around and check out the memorials. He was walking fast, like he wanted in and out in as short a time as possible. Just the sight of him filled me with curiosity, but it's not like if I rushed after him, he wouldn't freak out. So as much as I tried my best to follow him, he slipped away from my view almost as quickly as he had appeared. Only he'd left something behind, the white plastic bag having just dumped it behind one of the bleach-white tombstones, apparently in the hopes that it would remain hidden from public view. At first, I was just mad, like who leaves their trash in a graveyard or whatever. But I went to check out what the bag contained. It just looked like a bunch of organ meat. Like I 100% saw something dark enough to be liver in there, and some of the other pieces looked like chunks of white fat. It smelled real bad too, like he might have been hanging on to it for a couple of days before he'd left it there. To this day, it's probably one of the weirdest things to ever happen to me, finding a bag of meat like that, just abandoned in the middle of a ceremonial cemetery. And like I said, whether or not it's even remotely connected to Steve's disappearance is anyone's guess. I mean, the detectives treated me like I was crazy when I brought it up with them in the weeks that followed. They'd sent some beat cops out to the cemetery and they hadn't found a thing. But I also know they seemed totally clueless in their investigation, like they either didn't care about it or just couldn't get a lead anywhere. And that's just how things went. I get in touch every so often, only to be told the investigator hadn't progressed anywhere. It didn't help that it had taken weeks for anyone to report him missing, and the fact that it was me that should have acted earlier gave me this horrendous sense of guilt for the longest time. Steve had no family out here, and I barely knew anything about him. The best I could do was share the few slivers of info I had with the cops, then just hope it came to something. But it came to nothing, and now Steve is just one more name on the missing persons register, a missing persons register that stretches a mile long. The rate at which homeless people go missing around Redwood City is considerably higher than the surrounding areas, and given how difficult it is to conduct any kind of census or research among the homeless, that figure could be even higher than the numbers suggest. The trouble is, people just don't care. Even people who purport to care about social justice are content to focus their attentions on ridiculous niche topics when homeless people are dying and disappearing on the streets of California every single day. I don't know what's going on out here. Whether or not it's just fentanyl killing people off, some kind of serial killer, or something less explainable. But something is killing homeless people at a totally disproportionate rate, and all kinds of other weird stuff is going on to boot. I just pray that whatever it is can be identified and stopped before more people like Steve are lost. People who try so hard to tread water, only to end up slipping beneath the waves. At around 5:15 a.m. on the morning of July 6, 1997, a Starbucks employee arrived at work to open up the Wisconsin Avenue Northwest branch of the world-famous coffee company, situated just north of Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. There was a lot of work to be done before the morning rush, and the employee in question had yet to imbibe their morning espresso to really kick them into gear. So, by their own admission, they were pretty groggy by the time they headed out back to one of the freezer units, intending to fetch some of the breakfast pastries that would go on sale that morning. But when the overtired staff member cracked open the freezer unit, they saw something that made their heart race. Inside was the frozen, lifeless corpse of 25-year-old night manager Mary Catherine Mahoney, along with the bodies of 18-year-olds Emery Allen Evans and Aaron David Goodrich.
Yo, what?
Although they weren't always on the same shift pattern, the employees knew his slain coworkers well, and the horror of witnessing their frozen, discolored cadavers was almost too much to bear.
Oh, that's insane.
With base 44.
That's insane, bro.
Flagged down a bus driver who was only just beginning his morning route, and given how they could have just called 911 from the on-site telephone, running to find the comfort of another living person is very telling of this person's distraught state of mind. Within 5 minutes of the initial 911 call, police were on scene and taking stock of the situation. All 3 employees had obviously been herded into the rear freezer units before being shot, execution style. But what initially confused the investigation was that not a single cent was missing from the Starbucks. If the motivation wasn't robbery, then it looked a lot like a brutally well-executed targeted killing. But why on earth would someone ambush and murder 3 coffee shop employees during their routine night shift?
Yeah, exactly.
What made the murders all the more shocking was that Georgetown has been traditionally a low-crime area of Washington, D.C., with local district council member Jack Evans saying to have a triple homicide anywhere in the District of Columbia is an unusual event, but to have a triple homicide in Georgetown is extraordinary, and this has never been a place where crime has been a problem. Over the course of that balmy July morning, scores of blue-uniformed officials made their way to the scene to look for evidence outside the split-level brown brick store. Homicide detectives and forensic technicians alike pored over the scene for hours on end after the bodies were found, working inside and outside the building adorned with the familiar green and black logo. They dusted doors for fingerprints, searched the store, and took statements from local residents in the hopes of piecing together what had happened. But it was only when Mary Mahoney's car was examined that further evidence was found, evidence which indicated that the murders were no random attack. Inside, the car was spotless, save for what looked like signs that Mahoney had recently spent time playing with a pet: a dirty tennis ball, a plastic chew toy, a dog's brush, and a red towel. The only possible indication that something had gone awry was a flat tire on the front passenger's side of the car, evidence that her attacker had made provisions to prevent her from fleeing. Mary was special, her mother later said. She had an enormous heart. She probably would have compassion for the person who killed her. When she moved to Washington several years prior, Mary would jog alone an hour before daybreak, never worrying about being attacked or assaulted. She adored animals, particularly horses, and even took in Marlou, her sister Molly's toothless black and white alley cat. She attended various New York colleges before graduating with honors from Towson State University near Baltimore, and was a loyal and active Democrat, interning for Bill Clinton when he was first elected. Yet, according to her mother, it was her managerial job at Starbucks that really excited Mary. She had been employed by the company for 2 years and enjoyed being the manager. She was often seen sweeping the sidewalk in front of the store, and obviously took pride in her store. What she didn't enjoy, though, was disciplining employees, particularly one that Mary had recently dismissed for allegedly stealing several $100s. She struggled with the issue before having to fire him, her mother said, and for a long time, this became homicide detectives' main theory regarding the Starbucks shootings. Yet despite their hard work and determination, they came up short at every turn, eventually turning to the televisual law enforcement institution that is America's Most Wanted. After picking the case up, America's Most Wanted staged a thorough recreation of the murders and detailed many of the theories that police were toying with. They also advertised the number of an anonymous hotline, pleading with those with any information to come forward. And it seems this appeal struck a nerve with one member of the public, who called in with not only a frightening piece of information, but also a rather courageous proposal. In the hours following the broadcast of the Starbucks shootings, a woman called into America's Most Wanted hotline to inform them that she was dating a man who actually knew the shooter firsthand. This mystery person had confessed, even boasted, of committing the murders, and on more than one occasion. The couple had initially taken the man's word as pure bluster, but after seeing the Starbucks shooting edition of America's Most Wanted, it became apparent that he might just be telling the truth. The woman then left her name and numbers so she could be contacted by DC police, and when they did so, she actually agreed to wear a wire for them, in the hopes that she could catch a confession on tape. It was then that they learned their suspect's name, Carl D. Cooper. Cooper lived in Prince George's County near Baltimore City and just on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. itself. He was the son of a church deacon who lived with his wife and son, but at the time, he lived anything but the wholesome life of a family guy. At the time of the Starbucks shooting, Cooper was being charged with attempted murder in a 1996 shooting of an off-duty police officer in Prince George County. As for his family's complicity in his crimes, it turned out that it was Cooper's wife that purchased the 9mm handgun that her husband used to shoot the officer. It was the combination of this and his alleged involvement in the Starbucks shooting that led DC police tap Cooper's home phone. He was arrested after making reference to several local shootings, but insisted that a friend of his named Keith Covington had joined him in the Starbucks robbery, and it was him that executed the 3 victims. However, when they caught up with Covington, they discovered he had been recovering from a gunshot wound at the time of the murder, meaning it was highly unlikely that he was even present on the scene, let alone the one to have done the shooting. "If I killed them, I'd say I killed them," he reportedly said. "But that's not me. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but I'm not going to go out and just kill people. You gotta be a dummy or a psycho to do something like that. It's pure evil." When confronted with the evidence of his lies, Cooper admitted to lying about his so-called friend's involvement because he killed 3 people and was afraid to go to jail. In the process of trying to avoid the death penalty, Cooper told the investigators he'd been staking out the Starbucks for about a month, confirming that he acted alone and fired 2 guns, a .38 caliber snub-nosed revolver and a .38 caliber pistol. Cooperating heavily due to the ever-looming threat of the death penalty, Cooper confessed to shooting the manager, Mary Mahoney, when she refused to give him keys to the safe, which held over $10,000 in cash. When she said no, Cooper shot a warning shot into the ceiling, which sent a terrified Mahoney running into the employee hall. Cooper pursued, caught her, and wrestled with Mahoney over her keys. But when her resistance looked like it would be too much to overcome, he shot her dead. He then shot the 2 other Starbucks workers at the store, executing one as they survived the attack and attempted to crawl to safety. Cooper later stated that he wanted to put him out of his pain and misery, but it's more than likely this thinly veiled attempt at showing he had a conscience was nothing but an attempt to dodge the first death penalty charge in over 30 years. During his trial, even when the relatives of the victims wept openly in court, Cooper remained chillingly composed. He also admitted to murdering a 39-year-old security guard named Sandy Griffin during a botched robbery. Cooper had helped Griffin at gunpoint before demanding that the security guard hand over their expensive .40 caliber handgun. But then, fearing Griffin would assault him in the process to defend herself, the serial murderer executed the security guard before quickly fleeing the scene. Cooper admitted to then selling the pistol on the street for $300. Once Cooper was convicted of the Starbucks murders and sentenced to life in prison, Griffin's relatives were no doubt pleased that their loved one's killer had been put away, but they expressed frustration that it had taken 3 more murders, maybe even more, before the killer had been caught. To them, a lack of urgency in the DC police force had cost 3 young people their lives, and raise many questions regarding their competence and command. If the account of his defense attorney is to be believed, Cooper is nothing more than a career criminal whose shaky temperament and unbridled greed caused him to take the lives of the innocent. But time and time again, Cooper had the opportunity to simply take the money and walk away, yet he chose not to. He chose to kill people he just didn't need to kill, and he did this on more than one occasion. The first time might have been down to a simple rush of blood to the head, and it's a genuine possibility that killing the security guard was not part of Cooper's plans. But there's also a possibility that killing him proved to be something of a thrill that Cooper wanted to replicate in executing the 3 Starbucks workers. Like everyone else, the last few years have been hard. In early 2020, I lost my grandma to pneumonia, and it wouldn't be long before my aunt got sick too and came very close to death herself. It was a lot for a guy my age to handle, but I knew once it was over, I'd be able to see my Faith again. Now, Faith and I had met in middle school and quickly fell in love. Our homes were too far apart to see one another very often. Her parents were also super traditional and didn't want her having a boyfriend. Besides school, our only constant form of contact was the telephone. We'd often talk all night and go straight into school without a second of sleep.
My fault.
And in spite of all the odds, we stayed together. The biggest test of our relationship would be high school. Faith's dad bought a new house even further away. That put Faith into a different school district. Now we would see each other even less. And I was sure this meant the end of our relationship, but Faith refused to give up. By now, we both had computers in our rooms, and we were able to talk and see each other over the internet with webcams. Every day we'd race home from school and talk until early into the next morning. I'd do all my homework during school time so it wouldn't get in the way. Faith did the same, and for the next 3 or so years, this would be our prime avenue of communication. I think we were only able to meet face to face a handful of times, and it was hard on both of us. I lost hope more than once, but Faith always lived up to her name and brought me back from the edges of darkness every time. Strangely, despite all the personal sadness that I experienced during the height of the pandemic, Faith and I thrived. Being quarantined worked great for our particular situation. Other than a few hours of school garbage every day, we got to talk uninterrupted all day and night. Even so, not seeing her in person for so long weighed on me. I was doubting our future together, as I had so many times before. Luckily, by then the lockdowns had lifted. Her father would be returning to work, but school remained online. This was the perfect chance for us to be alone together, and I was going to take it. I brought this up with my brother, and he agreed to loan me his car to go see her. A week later, our opportunity arrived. I drove the 35 miles to her house. She rushed me inside and closed the door, and we held one another tightly for a long time. The energy was a bit weird between us, but we overcame it pretty quickly. We rushed off to her room for a little personal time, and I'd forgotten how great being with her was. Unfortunately, our time together was about to be cut short. I had just left her room. Faith was making us a snack when her dad walked in, and he began yelling at me instantly. Things like, "Where is my daughter? What did you do to my little girl?" Faith ran into the room and tried to calm him down, and it didn't help. In his defense, he'd never actually met me. Crazy, I know, considering we'd been together for so long, but our relationship hadn't exactly been normal. We tried to explain the situation, but her dad was just too angry to listen. He looked at Faith and I real closely and sneered, and this would be the point when everything came off the rails. "What have you two been up to?" His expression was so terrifying I didn't dare speak, and he looked back and forth at each of us, but we stayed quiet. "Answer me now. Did you put hands on my little girl?" I remember him saying. Now Faith's dad looked at her and asked her if I'd forced myself on her, and she, acting instinctively, blurted out, "No." We loved each other, and we'd been together since 7th grade. He knew what that meant, and I knew exactly what his expression meant. He gritted his teeth and lunged at me, and he was too fast for me. I was overwhelmed by his size and power, and he grabbed me around the throat with one hand and lifted me off the ground. I was barely able to breathe or swallow. I tried to speak, but he told me to shut up and listen. "I don't care if you two met in kindergarten. You're gonna leave here this second and never contact my little girl again. If I ever see you here again, I won't hesitate to kill you." And with that, he let me drop to the floor and shouted at the top of his lungs to get out. He didn't have to repeat himself. I was already out the door before he finished yelling.
Whoa.
I started the car and sped away. I was already several miles down the road before I slowed down. I was shaking so badly I could barely keep hold of the wheel. The notifications were going off on my phone, but I didn't care. Odds were high that it was Faith, and I was way too shaken to talk to anyone, especially her. Now back at home, I locked myself in my room and tried to calm down. A few hours passed before I got the courage to check my phone, and just as I suspected, Faith had texted and called me at least 5 times since I'd left. I wasn't sure what to do. I talked to my brother about it, and he suggested that I sleep on it before deciding. It was hard, but I did get to sleep at around 3 a.m. When I awoke the next morning, my mind wasn't any clearer. In fact, now that I had time to rest, I was even more traumatized by what had occurred. I couldn't get Faith's dad's angry face out of my head. I honestly believed that he really would kill me if I gave him the chance. I remain in this cycle of indecision to this day. It's almost been 3 years since I've communicated with Faith, and I'm still unsure if I ever will. She still sends me texts from time to time, and I read them. It's hard to be out of contact after all the years we've been together, but as long as she lives at home, I'm not willing to risk my life for my family's. I looked into the eyes of evil that day, and I'll never forget it. Faith, if you do hear this or read this, I love you, and always will. But your father's a monster. I suggest you get away from him as soon as possible. And until then, we'll be doomed to be apart. One heart, forever broken in two. I was around 15 when my dad got a job with the railroad. Now before then, he was an over-the-road truck driver. This job kept him away from home during the week, and Mom and I were lonely a lot, but the money was just too good to turn down. The two of us got used to dealing with things on our own. I learned to cook and do my own laundry during this time. This skill would serve me well later. Neither of my roommates in my first apartment had any clue how to do really anything, and it would be an eye-opening experience and made me appreciate my mom that much more. Maybe we can discuss that sometime later, though. Today, I want to tell everyone about something that happened to me during that time of learning. This was when I was about 12. I woke up for school as usual, but quickly realized that I was sick. Now, to keep this PG rated, I had stuff spewing out of both ends, if you get my meaning. I tried to be an adult about it, but I fainted in front of my mom and she put me to bed. Although not ideal, I was happy to have the day off from school. I was given a bunch of different medications and quickly passed out. I woke up once or twice to go to the bathroom, but I slept for most of the day otherwise. And just after 2 p.m., though, I awoke refreshed and feeling great. The sick feeling was completely gone, but now I was starving. My first instinct was to run into the kitchen and gorge myself. I decided that that was probably a bad idea. Instead, I took a page from my mom's book and tried some saltines. I'd had good luck with those in the past, and I also grabbed a Sprite while I was there and brought them back to my room. I was close to the bathroom if things went wrong. I had 9 or 10 crackers and half a glass of Sprite, and I waited 30 minutes to see if I'd barf them up. Nothing bad happened, but now I was even hungrier. I thought for a minute before choosing ramen as the safest option. I finished off the bottle of Sprite and made for the kitchen. My mom would be home soon, and under normal circumstances, I would have just waited for her to arrive, but I was so ravenous I couldn't wait any longer. I made ramen for myself several times. I filled the pot and eagerly watched in hopes that the water would boil quicker. It didn't. When the moment finally arrived, I broke up the noodles and added them to the water. A minute later, I poured the flavor packet in. I impatiently stirred until the noodles softened just enough to be edible. I was done waiting. Now, the events that followed were likely due to dehydration and overall weakness. I looked around for a pot holder but saw none. There was a hand towel nearby, though, so I grabbed for that. And the premise was the same. I couldn't see any problems. However, today was not a usual day. I lifted the pot and set it on the counter, like I normally do. As I set the towel aside, I realized that it was on fire. I snatched it back up and tossed it into the sink behind me. My hand was slightly burned in the process. The time I wasted worrying about my hand allowed the fire enough time to jump onto the curtains. From this point, I was always a step behind. The water from the faucet extinguished the flames quickly. My split second of satisfaction was destroyed once I noticed the burning curtains above the sink. Having one of those sprayers in my sink would have been perfect for this, but we didn't have one. I attempted to splash water from my hands. It was useless, though. The curtains were already consumed, and the fire had now taken hold on the ceiling in the adjoining cabinet. I was so overwhelmed and incapable of coming up with any remedy now. When the fire alarm went off, I gave up and ran out of the house. I opened the front door and ran directly into my mother. She was very calm, and all I could say was fire, kitchen. She didn't miss a step after that. To my amazement, she entered the kitchen and opened the door under the sink. Flames were covering the ceiling now. A few came unnervingly close to her, and like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, she withdrew a massive fire extinguisher from under the sink and pointed it at the ceiling. And within seconds, most of the flames on the ceiling were gone. From there, she backtracked to the cabinets and put the flames there.
Got no eyelids, bro.
If I had to guess, I'd say she had the fire completely extinguished in less than 30 seconds. It remains the single most amazing thing I've seen to this day. Mom ran over to check on me. It took a few seconds for me to regain my senses, but once I did, I broke down and cried. I was so relieved I couldn't speak. My mom got out the first aid kit and put some cream on my hands, and the weight of my actions began to dawn on me. I started apologizing over and over, and this made me cry again. Mom calmed me down and assured me that it wasn't a big deal. I couldn't see how it wasn't, but I'd have to rely on her judgment. Some time passed and we discussed what had happened. I expected her to scream at me any second, but she never did. After the excitement had passed, we walked into the kitchen to get a look at the damage. I sheepishly asked her what was going to happen, and her answer caught me completely off guard. "Don't worry about it. I only care that you're safe. I'll tell your dad it's my fault. He may grumble a little, but what's done is done." I could feel the weight lift off my shoulders in real time. Rather than cry like I wanted to do, I grabbed my mother as tight as possible and held her for a long time. And that's basically how everything occurred that day. After our little family moment ended, Mom and I cleaned up as much as we could. There wasn't really a lot we could do at the time. Dad would have to replace the cabinet before the painting was done.
When I saw the domain,
That he wasn't as upset as we had expected. He simply asked if Mom and I were okay and let out a big sigh. A few weeks later, he came home with the cabinet and some cans of paint, and by the following week, the kitchen was looking as good as new. I'm still amazed at how quickly things can go from life-threatening to no big deal. Life's just kind of funny like that.
I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. Before I continue with this next part, I want to go ahead and say that I deeply regret doing the things I did when I was younger, and I don't condone breaking the law or doing the kind of things that I did back then. But anyways, I used to break into people's houses or garages, and I would steal whatever I could find for food money, or really whatever I wanted to spend it on. I should also mention that I lived in a very bad part of Nashville, by the way, but I would stay with my grandparents who had custody of my older brother on the weekends. Well, this particular weekend when I was about 13, I was going through some people's backyards looking for unlocked cars or garages. Well, I happened to notice a back door was open, about 4 or 5 inches with no lights on anywhere downstairs. So being the 13-year-old kid that I was, I go into the house, and while tiptoeing through the house trying to steal stuff like TVs and game systems, as well as computers, I heard a high-pitched scream, but it was muffled, if you can understand what I'm saying. Well, that stopped me dead in my tracks and caused me to listen way more intently. After the muffled scream, I had heard a slap and what sounded like someone then telling them, "Don't bother screaming, because nobody can hear you screaming down here." So I slowly started walking towards the screams, and I found a door cracked open that led to the basement, and I could tell there was a light on in the basement. I end up laying on the floor and looking down the steps towards the center of the basement, and I see that a man and a woman are tied up to some chairs in the basement, and both are gagged. The difference was that the man had his head hanging limp, and he had blood all over his chest, and he didn't even look like he was breathing. When I saw this, I got really scared, and then I took off running, making all kinds of noise. I know that it was loud enough for the intruder downstairs to hear me and freak out and start running up after me, but I just ran as fast as possible out the front door. I didn't even bother unlocking the screen door. I just ran right through it and ran down to the corner house, who I knew the owner was a firefighter. I start beating on his door screaming for help, that there's a man chasing me trying to kill me, like he did the neighbor. Well, this really freaked out the homeowner, and it caused him to pull out a weapon on me first, until he noticed the deranged man running behind me at full speed, who had a machete in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Without saying a word, the fireman opened fire and he shot the guy in his leg, which caused him to fall, and it also caused the kitchen knife to go right through his own neck. I believe that actually killed him on sight. I never heard him make any noises, but I was making enough for myself at the moment. The fireman called the police before heading towards the neighbor's house that the man came from, and he then found the wife barely clinging to her own life. But unfortunately, the husband was pronounced dead on the scene.
Oh my goodness.
What I heard around the neighborhood afterwards was that the husband had been in a car accident about 6 months before this, and the said crazy man's wife had apparently died in that car wreck. This caused the man to go crazy and start drinking and doing drugs until he just didn't care about living, and he just wanted everyone to suffer like he and his wife had. So he went to the man's house, and he tortured him and his wife for hours until he passed out from the pain. The intruder slit the husband's throat, and before chasing me, he slit the wife's throat as well. But luckily, the paramedics were able to save her when they arrived. So yeah, kids, don't break into other people's homes. You just might stumble onto something that you can't get out of. I'm a 19-year-old female, but this happened when I was 14.
Okay.
My family went to my aunt and uncle's house for some reason. I didn't want to go, so my parents let me stay home by myself. They said they were only going to be gone for a few hours, but at about 10 p.m., my dad called me. Hey Ashlyn, we're going to be staying the night at your aunt and uncle's place. I love you. Good night. I didn't even have time to say anything before he hung up on the phone. I got frustrated because I didn't feel comfortable staying home alone then. I started to boil some water and make some ramen. When I was about to put the ramen in the water, I had heard the doorbell ring. I went to go look out the window and the door, but no one was there. For some context, the window has one of those half-circle ones at the top of the door.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went back to tending the ramen when the doorbell rang again. I went to look again, but there was still no one there. My ramen was now done by this point, and I went to go sit on the couch to eat it. Once I was done and about to put the bowl in the sink, I had heard one of the basement windows then break.
Oh!
It was one of those windows that were very small and close to the ground. I just ran to my room at that point and I locked the door. After like 10 minutes, I slowly opened the door and there was nothing there. I went over to the basement door, which was right down the hall. I gathered all the courage to open up the door. It was really so dark down there, so I'd flicked the light above the stairs on. But what I saw next was absolutely disturbing. On the bottom step, there was a man there. He looked to be homeless. He was extremely skinny, like he hadn't even eaten in weeks. He was also smiling from ear to ear, holding a knife to his side. I just slammed the door and ran back to my room. I had a bit of a problem here. I left my phone on the coffee table in the living room, so I couldn't call the police. I then heard the basement door open. I just dove under my bed as I heard his footsteps getting closer. I heard my doorknob start to jiggle and shake. Then, I heard a small maniacal laugh. I got out from under the bed and started to open the window, and he then started banging on the door. I got the window open and jumped out. I ran to my neighbor's house, and they let me in to call the police. They arrived in 5 minutes and searched the house, while another cop started talking to me about the incident. They eventually found the man, and they brought him out in cuffs. They told me they found him hiding in my closet. I was terrified at this. I went in to grab some essentials, and I asked them to take me to my aunt and uncle's house. They did, and once we got there, I then told my parents everything that happened.
Bro, them chips are not good, bro. I ain't know, bro. I don't like them chips, bro.
It made me so scared to think that he was waiting for me to come back. I developed severe paranoia, and I had to start going to therapy in 2019 for this. Luckily, I'm doing better now. And last I heard about the man, he was still locked up. Probably for something else. I was told he's going to be sent to a mental facility on July 21st, 2022. And I really do hope that he gets the help he needs. This happened about 3 weeks ago. It was roughly about 3:30 in the morning, and I was watching some YouTube videos. I saw my dog's ears perk up, and he walked to the back door. I figured he needed to use the restroom, so I went to let him out. When I made it over to the door, I unlocked it, and I was about to open the door, when something then told me to click the light on first. When I did so, I then saw something quickly flash behind the side of my house. I felt uneasy, but I opened the door and let the dog out. He immediately bolted to the side that I saw the flash and then disappeared into the dark. I then grabbed my dad's 12-gauge shotgun that we keep hidden by the back door for emergencies. I grabbed my spotlight and looked around, but I couldn't really see from the porch. I closed the door and I stepped off the porch, calling my dog's name. Eventually he came running back to me, and I took him back into the house. But when I reached the door, I saw that it was cracked open. This frightened me, mostly because I was alone for the weekend, and I know I closed the door. As I approached the back door, gun in hand, I saw a light moving around in my house. I put my dog on his chain and then slowly moved into the house. When I got into the room where the light was coming from, which was my sister's room, I slowly and quietly nudged the door open with my barrel. And when I turned on the light, I saw a large man wielding one of my knives from my bedroom. I told the man to drop the knife and get the fuck out of my house before I shoot him. He promptly dropped my knife, and he then proceeded to jump out of my sister's window like this was some kind of action movie or something. I fired 3 shots into the air as he ran away. I don't know who this man was or what he had planned, but whoever he was, if he happens to return the next time, there will not be a warning. Hi, my name is Andrews, and I live in southern India. This just happened to me a couple of nights ago, and it's still really fresh in my mind. It was 30 minutes past 11 p.m., I believe. I was lying in my bed listening to Southern Cannibal to go to sleep, since I have amnesia, and imagining stories by listening to them makes me sleep much faster. Suddenly, I saw a beam of torchlight entering through my window from the back of my bed. At first, I thought it was just the security guard who guards my little secluded village, but that beam of light was persistent. This went on for 3 more minutes or so, with every window passing a considerable amount of torchlight to see as well. After the final window in my house passed a light, it was, well, gone. I thought it was strange, but I kept listening to the stories. After a while, I had heard the sounds of footsteps approaching my door, since I was now in the hall trying to sleep on the couch. I paused the story, and I had then looked out through a large vertical window facing the outside of my house. I dropped my AirPods case in shock, as I then saw a man wearing a kerchief around his mouth, trying to do something with the lock. I then heard the sound of my lock turning. Stupidly, I hid under my couch to call 100, which is the number to call the police in India. The man then entered my house and started looking around the house. The operator then said that it would take the police from the nearest police outpost at least 10 minutes minimum to arrive in my house. He went into my bedroom, taking all the money I had as a broke college student, as I later found out after the cops arrived. He went around looking in the kitchen, and he actually took a piece of cake from the fridge, which I bought for my birthday. After that, he just left. I didn't go out to check if he had gone yet, because I saw him holding some sort of weapon, which I believe was a pipe. After what felt like an hour, but only 5 minutes, the cops arrived. The policemen arrived and announced their presence. I yelled from behind the couch, telling them that I was the one who called them. I then came out and they questioned me. What they said next sent chills down my spine. An old man who lived a couple houses down from the neighborhood actually called the cops, saying the same thing as I did. There was one key difference between him and me though. He was dead, and I was alive. He was apparently bludgeoned with the supposed pipe that the thief was holding, and there was blood everywhere. The thief must have inspected the windows to see if anyone was in my home, and I guess after checking it out, he thought that no one was home and broke in. Needless to say, I didn't get any sleep that night, and I also got nightmares for the next few days thinking of what would have happened if I hadn't paid attention to the lights and I was still in my bed, or if I was listening to those stories with high volume. The police said they'd look into the case more and keep me updated. To this day, I've received no updates, and I'm still very afraid that that murderous psycho of a thief is still out there. I know everybody says this, and it's very cliche, but stay safe out there. Always lock your doors and windows.
Hey, y'all like Burger King?
Back in September, I moved out of my parents' place and into my own new townhouse. It wasn't anything extravagant, but it was mine, and it immediately started feeling like home.
No.
I live in a quiet neighborhood where basically there's no crime, and everyone keeps to themselves. At the time this story took place, I lived completely alone. I wasn't really sure what to make of it, and I still have more questions than answers. Everything was going really great in my new place for about a week. That was until one night, at about 3 a.m., I was home alone asleep, when I then awoke to the sound of my doorbell ringing. I thought for a moment that I might have just dreamed it, but my fears were confirmed when I then heard the doorbell chime once again. Surely no one ringing my doorbell at 3 a.m. had good intentions. My bedroom's on the second floor and looked straight down to the front steps. I sat, trying to will up enough courage to look outside. I eventually felt confident enough to look, but to my surprise, there was no one there. I honestly wasn't sure whether this made things better or if it just made the whole thing even more unnerving. I eventually calmed down and then slept for the rest of the night. I later on checked outside in the morning, but I didn't see anything. I went on with my day and just forgot about the whole thing. Fast forward a few weeks, and the same thing happens again. Once again at around 3 a.m. A feeling of dread filled my body as I sat bolt upright in bed. I could feel my own heart beating in my throat. I cautiously peered through my curtains, and again, no one was there. This was just not making any sense. My doorbell never rang on its own during the day, and it was way too high for any animal to reach it. This occurred several more times in the coming weeks. It was always in the middle of the night around 3 a.m., as though it were planned. One day though, it just stopped altogether, and it hasn't happened again. I am relieved that this eerie and unnerving incident no longer occurs, but I still often wonder why this happened. Had it not always happened around the same time, it might have had a better explanation, but I have no good reason for why this happened. This has since stopped though, and I'm thankful. I'll be sure to provide an update if anything starts to happen again.
It actually is crazy. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I might go to sleep though, bro. I'm kinda tired. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. Come on, let me see something. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna watch one more with y'all, bro. Actually, I'm gonna watch one more, bro. I'm gonna watch this one, bro. I don't know. Do I feel like watching this one? I don't know. I'm streaming for about 5 hours. I might go to sleep, bro. Yeah, I'm kind of stoned. I'm not gonna go to sleep. not gonna go to sleep, bro. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. But we definitely can, when I get back on stream, man, you know what I'm saying, we definitely can do something, though. Yeah, I'm kinda tired, I ain't gonna lie, y'all, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna go to sleep, man. I'm getting tired. We definitely can get on stream. You know what I'm saying? What's today? Tuesday, get on stream with y'all. See, I don't know if I'm gonna get on Wednesday. I don't know yet. I'm be surprised. I don't know. But yeah, I love y'all. I ain't gonna lie, I'm out, bro.